but they still persist in their delusional fallacy. The war has already inflicted severe damage to the country, including its cultural heritage. Numerous museums and sites of historical and cultural significance have been damaged or destroyed. And today, as we speak, as we have gathered here in London, the threat of bombing and missile attacks on these institutions remain as acute as ever. Under these challenging circumstances, the task of promotion of Ukrainian culture acquired new urgency and meaning. That is why I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Ukrainian Institute, to all our international partners who are working tirelessly to support Ukrainian culture and enrich it through cooperation with formats like this forum. It is therefore a great pleasure to see so many different people of diverse backgrounds here today, not only willing to support Ukraine in these difficult times, but also interested in appreciating of arts and culture. Culture is a universal language that unites us all, regardless of our background and beliefs. It teaches us the value of patience, perseverance, and creative thinking, qualities and skills Ukraine requires right here and now to win. After all, art and culture are what define the very soul of the people. It is what makes us human, even during the times of war. The established and future connection between Ukrainian, UK, and other artists and cultural institutions is of vital importance in this overall endeavor. Thus, a separate word of thanks to the British partners for their engagement in projects with the Ukrainian counterparts. There is no doubt that we will get through the war and devastation together with a clearer understanding of who we are and what we can do to offer to the world. I am deeply grateful to the British Library for its support and this kind gesture of solidarity in putting this event together, as well as to all of you who have gathered here today. Your efforts contribute immensely to raising not just public awareness, but also understanding and appreciation of the diverse Ukrainian culture. I hope this work continues and grows in scope, involving an ever greater circle of participants. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all to have a very productive discussion and fruitful day. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Fesco. We have high esteemed British guests with us, and I would like to give the floor to a representative in an institution which kindly agreed to host us today, and where actually quite often Ukrainian events are happening now. Today with us we have Dame Carol Black, Chair of the British Library Board. And I would like to offer the floor to you. Many thanks.
Your Excellencies, Lord Parkinson, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, good morning and welcome to the British Library. I do indeed have the great pleasure of chairing the board of the library, and I'm delighted to see so many of you here at our Knowledge Centre today for the International Forum on Cultural Diplomacy, so rightly focused on Ukraine. We are so happy that this important gathering is taking place here today. And I would like to congratulate the organisers for putting together such an important programme and discussion. As a major cultural institution with extensive international networks, the British Library often participates in cultural diplomacy in practice. This serves one of our key purposes, that is, our international purpose, which is to work with partners around the world to advance knowledge with mutual understanding. By working with a large network of libraries, archives, museums, and universities around the globe, we seek to enter into equitable and open partnerships that carry impact. We see it as our responsibility to share our collections as widely as possible, and through the medium of digitization, have been able to make an incredible amount of cultural heritage available to researchers around the world. We are important actors in the landscape of knowledge providers. Libraries like ours play a key part in discussions around information equality and literacy, the use of emerging technologies, including AI, as well as the role of cultural institutions as important platforms for democracy building. Our new strategy, Knowledge Matters, also outlines our priority to work with institutions worldwide whose collections are at risk from war, climate change, or civil emergency. Just last month, we hosted a delegation of 4 librarians from Ukraine who are working to develop a national digital library of Ukraine, a project supported by UNESCO to protect and preserve documentary heritage. This group spent a week with us, and we were able to share the details of the destruction of 800 libraries in the Ukraine, which really puts all of our own work into perspective. When we hosted Alina Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine, and Ashita Murti, the wife of our Prime Minister, in May 2022, for the launch of the Ukrainian Bookshelf Project, the First Lady rightly said that books not only entertain and educate us, they also unite us. After the launch, it was so gratifying to be able to work with the Ukrainian Embassy on the Books Without Borders project, helping to distribute 16,000 Ukrainian language books across to libraries in the UK for children arriving here from Ukraine. We always value the opportunity to work with our government departments, cultural institutions, and the British Council to further international collaboration and discourse. And we believe that through working together and making best use of our extensive networks and our expertise, we can maximize the impact we can collectively have, as well as work through challenges. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you. I hope you have a highly productive and enjoyable day here at the British Library. You are all extremely welcome. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dame Carol. As you rightly mentioned, lots of libraries are being destroyed in Ukraine. Most recently, the regional library in the city of Kherson, right on the borderline in the south of Ukraine. That is why the efforts that the British side is doing in helping Ukrainian librarians, everybody who is involved in Ukraine's publishing industry, to promote the book industry in Ukraine and to keep the spirit going, and also to develop the competencies in this sector. It's one of only an example of one of many, many things around which the cultural partnership between Ukraine and Britain is now evolving. And perhaps many of you have heard and participated in many events of the highly successful UK-Ukraine bilateral season of culture, which ran for nearly 2 years and have put our relations on a completely new level. The understanding between different government bodies is really important here. And here I'm really pleased to give the floor to the key UK government institution, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. Lord Parkinson of Whitley Bay was appointed Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State of Department for Culture, Media and Sport at the start of the year. And he also holds a title of Minister for Arts and Heritage and DCMS Lords Minister. And the cultural diplomacy is one of the areas under his mandate. Your Lordship, the floor is yours.
Well, Your Excellencies, friends, good morning. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the British Library today on behalf of His Majesty's Government, and my thanks to the Ukrainian Institute for organising such an important and, I hope, stimulating event today. Let me start off by underlining the UK's continued horror at Russia's ongoing aggression and its terrible impact in Ukraine. Thousands of people have been killed or displaced, and precious infrastructure and heritage have been destroyed with a brutality which has shocked the whole world. The attempted desecration of Ukrainian cultural heritage must not be overlooked. UNESCO has verified damage to more than 330 sites since February last year, a figure which includes libraries, museums, religious sites, and so many other places which people in Ukraine and far beyond hold dear. Ukrainian culture and language has been deliberately and cynically targeted in this war. The United Kingdom continues to stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine in the face of this terrible aggression. British families have been quick to welcome Ukrainian refugees displaced by Russia's violence. Audiences across this country have been delighted to hear the National Symphony Orchestra of Ukraine when they toured earlier this summer. And the UK, particularly the city of Liverpool, was honoured to host Eurovision, a focal moment for cultural diplomacy as well as a fun event on behalf of our friends in Ukraine to make sure that Ukrainian culture was at the centre of the global stage as it deserved to be. Here at the British Library, the team have been doing their own great work to support their colleagues in Ukraine. Alongside the delegation of Ukrainian librarians, which Dame Carol has just mentioned, which it welcomed earlier this year, the library curated a display about the Ukrainian poet, writer and artist Taras Shevchenko, considered the founder of modern Ukrainian literature. It also had the pleasure of hosting Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine, alongside Akshata Murty, the wife of our own Prime Minister, for the launch of the Ukrainian Bookshelf Project in partnership with the Embassy of Ukraine. That saw the donation of hundreds of Ukrainian books to the British Library so that they can be read and enjoyed by people throughout the United Kingdom for generations to come. I was struck by the words that we heard at the opening about the week that's just beginning, in which reading is such a solace in times of challenge, and it's heartening to hear that people may be reading the same books during this week and for many weeks to come. That project, the Ukrainian Bookshelf Project, is just one of many examples organised by our cultural bodies across the country, which stand as testament to the widespread and unwavering support for Ukraine from every corner of the United Kingdom. In good times as well as bad, cultural diplomacy plays a pivotal role in increasing understanding, cooperation, and peaceful relations between nations. We're all enriched by the sharing of cultural heritage, art, literature, music, and so much more, which forge lasting connections between people and between nations. This summer, I was very lucky to visit Delhi and Varanasi, attending the meeting of G20 culture ministers hosted by the government of India, where I and other ministers were clear in our condemnation of Russia's actions in Ukraine. The discussions that we had at that meeting and the cultural programme which accompanied it were wonderful examples of the power of art and creativity to develop connections between people, and I look forward to continuing those discussions during the Brazilian presidency of the G20 next year. The British Council, which is the UK's cultural relations organisation, helps us to maintain and deepen our relationships with other nations across the globe. We've heard mention already of the brilliant UK-Ukraine season of culture, which we've celebrated over the past couple of years, and I look forward to the forthcoming seasons with Kenya and Vietnam and all that we'll be able to enjoy and learn from each other during those. I'm glad that the discussions that you've got planned today will cover how we can use all of the opportunities of the modern age, including digital diplomacy, to foster cultural relations and global collaboration. Cultural diplomacy is a powerful tool for building bridges, promoting peace, and connecting people through our shared interests and values. Using it to foster a sense of our common humanity is perhaps now more important now than ever. So thank you very much again for organising these important discussions today, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Lord Parkinson. Ukraine actually studied examples of many countries before designing its own model for cultural relations. And one of the obvious cases that we considered is that of our neighbor, and that is Poland. And its Polish Cultural Institute, which has been working in Ukraine actually for a very long time. And joining us today is Bartosz Wiśniewski, the esteemed director of the Polish Cultural Institute in London. Polish Institute, I just would like to remind you, is part of UNIC, which is a network of cultural institutes, which Ukraine joined as an associate member last year. And this forum is organized with the support of UNIC through the House of Europe program. Mr. Wiśniewski, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, Dane Black, Lord Parkinson, Director General and the staff of the Ukrainian Institute in London, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to address this gathering in the prestigious interiors of the British Library as both the Director of the Polish Culture Institute in London and, at the same time, the Deputy Ambassador of Poland in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I believe that my dual role is quite helpful in acknowledging the vital interplay between diplomacy and cultural cooperation. In fact, both can reinforce one another, and it would be quite impossible to imagine the first without the second. Ladies and gentlemen, it will not be much of an exaggeration to say that Poland has been an unwavering supporter of Ukraine's sovereignty for the past 32 years. Indeed, almost exactly 32 years ago, on December 2nd, 1991, Poland recognized Ukraine as an independent state, only the second country in the world to make such a decision at that time. Thus, making the most of this opportunity, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Ukrainian partners and on yet another anniversary of this bold, momentous act. The decision to recognize Ukraine's independence was a reflection of both a hard-nosed political calculation and of deeply embedded historical, societal, and cultural ties between our two nations. An independent, free Ukraine, able to make her own choices, able to preserve, enrich, and further develop its distinct national identity was, and still is, considered to be part of Poland's vital national interest. We're proud to support an independent Ukraine. This principle came under a serious stress and test following Russia's brutal, unprovoked invasion against Ukraine in February of 2022. A test which, I dare to say, Poland has passed with flying colors. Just consider these examples. First, Poland immediately sent over 800 shipments of specialized equipment to secure priceless Ukrainian archives, antiques, and artifacts. Second, Polish and Ukrainian cultural institutions worked hand in hand to evacuate and preserve the iconic artworks from Ukrainian museums and deposits. As an example, the Royal Castle in Warsaw, my hometown, itself severely destroyed during the Second World War, became a temporary home for the works which belong to or are displayed in the Lviv Gallery. Last but not least, we are working with our Ukrainian counterparts on digitization of works of art to secure their future return, should they ever be looted. We're also helping with monitoring the wartime losses to Ukrainian art. This spirit of neighborly help and cooperation on the most basic level is still very much an asset we can tap into. Poland and Ukraine have risen to the occasion, but it would not have been possible without earlier close peacetime cooperation and the trust and respect we jointly built. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly congratulate the organizers of the 4th International Cultural Diplomacy Forum. I am sure it is going to be an inspiring event, one that will no doubt lead to worthwhile conclusions and fresh ideas for future collaboration. Please allow me to finish with the opening words of the Ukrainian national anthem, which so closely resemble those of the Polish one. Szczene wmerła Ukrainy I sława I wola. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Wisniewski. Indeed, Poland is a hugely important country for Ukrainian artists right now, and in fact, it is holding a lot of events and providing opportunities for Ukrainian artists to keep safe and to keep developing their competencies and actually creating new projects which are now in the making. And I'm sure we're going to hear of many of them in the coming months and years. And our first keynote speaker of today's event is Joseph Akubeze, theater, film and TV artist and screenwriter. And let me tell you a little bit more about Joseph. He graced with his presence a number of television, film and theater productions and achieved a great success with screenwriting in the UK. But you might ask what all of this has to do with Ukraine. Well, there's a direct connection because Joey delivered a memorable performance in Cassandra, which is a groundbreaking theater production based on a powerful text by Lesia Ukrainka, a famous Ukrainian poet and playwright. Cassandra formed part of UK-Ukraine bilateral year of culture, and Ukrainian institutes supported a Cambridge and Oxford legs of its tour in the UK, followed by discussions. And what's more, Lesia Ukrainka is known for her unorthodox interpretation of ancient Greek plotlines and characters, and the Cassandra production spurred further reflections by contemporary theatre historians in the UK, such as Edith Hall. So Joy played a triple part in Cassandra, and we are very keen to hear what this performance meant to you and how you, a British of Nigerian descent, relate to this text and how the character created by a Ukrainian playwright over 100 years ago, what does it mean to you and which connections between two cultures do you possibly see? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies and friends. I apologize, I didn't actually realize there was a formal greeting, so I don't know it. Apologies. Never have I ever been hit with the force of the blank page as acutely as in the process of preparing for today. I was asked to speak about my experience working on the rightly venerated eponymous Ukrainian playwright Lesia Ukrainka's unequivocally masterful retelling and expansion of the Cassandra story. Those of you up on your Trojan War trivia might know Cassandra as a figure who, up till Ukrainka's canonical contribution, was but a footnote to more immediately eye-catchy Trojan War personages, such as Cassandra's co-star of ship-launching face fame. I was roughly asked to discuss my experience working on the first UK production of this play, funded by the organizations of today, though I heavily preface that my friends at the Ukrainian Institute were far too kind to express it in this way, as an ignorant Brit with, up till then, little interaction with Ukraine, bar the copious amounts of delicious vareniki I've consumed over the years. So, why did this request make me feel so overwhelmed? Firstly, and most superficially, I thought I didn't play Cassandra. Surely the people want to hear from her impersonator as opposed to the impersonator of her twin brother. But once I overcame that vain triviality, I became even more concerned because, and I just want to quickly highlight this as the second reason I was feeling overwhelmed about speaking today. My experience was this play felt much like my experience with any other play I've had the privilege of performing or even reading. What could I offer to discussions around cultural diplomacy to an audience of experts by way of my personal experiences doing this play specifically? I mean, there are certainly more qualified academics out there who could dissect it. Mid-navel gaze, I remembered how I felt reading the play for the first time, and please stay on this train with me a little while longer. I promise there'll be relevant stops before my point of destination, I remember feeling a powerful and surprising joy that came from the familiar contours and tonality of the play. The revolutionary power of European 19th century feminist thought, the familiarity of the central characters. In my travels, I've had the fortune of performing a few ancient Greek classics, sometimes even in ancient Greek. The Enlightenment-style debates around honor to oneself versus duty to community. To be honest, reading Ukrainka's take on Cassandra was so compelling because in its bones, it felt beautifully global, devoid of any pejorative parochiality, even though it's an adaptation of a Greek myth. That powerful and surprising feeling of joy, however, was forcefully interrupted by an unexpected wave of dismay. As I read Cassandra for the first time, the shock, or no, it can't possibly be, of once unthinkable evils actualizing so close to home due to Putin's superlative unreason, I was, hopefully without centering myself, altogether entrenched in the anger phase of my personal grief response as a bystander to this unadulterated discharge of inhumanity. Memories of the last time I was a bystander to war so close to home re-emerged. I had a 3-year stint living in Athens as a child. During this chapter, one of my classmates was a refugee from Bosnia. I remember learning of the Bosnian War and being unable to sleep, seeing images on CNN really imprinted on my late childhood mind at the time. Now as an adult, yet again a bystander to war so close to home, my emotions, previous experience notwithstanding the onset of Putin's cruel war, felt no less heart-arresting, veered towards wanting to be as active a bystander as possible. As I opened my eyes and my ears in order to find ways that I could be of use, I kept finding myself moved to remember that among all the atrocities Putin was inflicting on the Ukrainian people, not to skip over the danger to the world of Ukrainian cultural genocide. So when the request came in to do this play, though I had just a month earlier sworn off doing any theatre for a stint, the privilege, corny I know, of saying yes was not only easy and quick, but 'twas a yes drenched in gratitude. Thanks for the opportunity to get in some way to join the growing global chorus of humanists who decided to raise their middle finger to yet another of history's, excuse the language, assholes, ensuring he knows that no matter how dictatorial his ego, those of us who stand against him are determined to see him fail. Fast forward to the present. What could I offer to discussions around cultural diplomacy to an audience of experts by way of my personal experiences during this play specifically? Well, dear friends, I'm not completely sure, but there is a running theme in Ukrainka's Cassandra that I find beautifully impactful that I'd like to share, drawn from short excerpts from a scene, and a plea I think or requests I'd like to make inspired by a slightly longer excerpt from another scene. Upon hearing those, I'll leave it to you to decide whether I've impactfully contributed to the discussions held today or not. So, the beautifully impactful thing about Ukrainka's Cassandra. In my view, in Cassandra existing as a body of work, Ukrainka has gifted Ukraine and Greater Europe a gem that embodies an assured sense of national self while embracing the other. Lofty statements from a know-nothing over here, I know. I say this because this play, first published in 1908, was written at a time, as I'm sure you will know, when sadly, like today, Ukraine was right in the thick of facing off the very same domineering imperialist aggression it still finds itself confronting. Extreme linguistic discrimination, along with profound stigmatization of Ukrainian as a language in the time she was living, in part led Ukrainka to publish her play in Ukrainian rather than Russian. An act of rebellion that, as you can imagine, was not cost-free, and yet a decision Ukrainka makes. And if that weren't enough, at a time when nativist sentiment was surging in response to imperial repression, though Ukrainka could easily have betrayed her moral sentiments and accommodated nativist undertones in her work to shore up support for her already controversial Ukrainian language play, our playwright opts to adapt an ancient Greek story to give voice to the tale she wishes to take to her compatriots and presumably beyond. A body of work defiantly assured in national identity, yet ultimately committed to the strength found when this is combined with the embrace of the other. This principle crops up throughout the play, but I picked a singular moment of drama I resonate with that exemplifies it. So, to fill anyone in who may very reasonably not yet have heard of the Cassandra myth, Cassandra is a princess of the ancient royal family of Troy, a land believed to be situated on territory in present-day Turkey. As is so often the way in Greek mythology, probably depressingly reflective of the lives those ancients were living, a male god sexually assaults a mortal woman in his own temple. This specific god, Apollo, not successful in sating his abusive appetites, curses Cassandra to be able to see the future, but to never be believed. This becomes particularly brutal a curse during the tragedy of the Trojan Wars, through which Cassandra lives. At the point in the play, I'm going to first bring you to the Trojan Wars have been underway for an inexhaustible amount of time. Greece very much has the upper hand, and Troy finds itself pericapitulatory, weary, and on its last legs. Just as the Trojans are at defeat's door, a king from the neighboring territory called Lydia offers his state's allegiance on the assurance that he be given Cassandra's hand upon winning the war. Reflective of the misogynistic grip of the period, said king makes no such proposal to Cassandra, but instead to her brothers, who, in screaming frustration density, accept this proposal on behalf of their sister, of course, having never consulted her. Breathe. This, in spite of the fact Cassandra has been incessantly clear during this war that the visions she receives, born of Apollo's curse, clearly indicate that nothing the Trojans do can bring about their military success. When Cassandra is confronted with this situation her brothers have engineered, she challenges the older of her brothers' assertion that were she to surrender to their unreasonable demand, it would make any difference. How do you know, she asks, that if I obeyed, rescue would follow? Her older brother's response, I know this, it is our final chance. Will your word save us? That I do not know, but you've got to try. This brother manipulatively goes on, if the Lydian is killed, people will judge it, Cassandra's betrothal, wasn't meant to be. If you refuse him, then everyone will say that you have doomed us, before telling Cassandra that she need only agree to the proposition. In the face of unjust levels of pressure, Cassandra sticks to her guns. Brother, that would mean that I betrayed 3 times, myself, the truth, and the Lydian force. That one word of mine will send to death their entire army. To this, he responds, you care more for foreigners than your own kin. A charge thrown at our heroine, a depressing, though expectedly high number of times, given the scarcity of security our protagonist and her family face. The revolutionary act of a seminal piece of the time, not only fully embracing national identity through Ukrainka's choice of language, but squarely using the piece's heroine to act as a reminder to the audience to cling to humanity even in the face of inhumanity. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Using the piece's heroine to act as a reminder to the audience to cling to humanity even in the face of humanity's adversary. That's the play's strength. In a social and political landscape where the toxicity of us and them was a rising tide, Ukrainka offers us an example of how to celebrate national identity without encouraging patterns of othering outsiderism, an alternative path very much needed in a contemporary Europe where toxic forms of national self-identification continue to take root. As we reach the latter portion of what I'd like to say today, and what a gift she gave us, I want to quickly take you back to my confession of expressing overwhelm in the face of having to address you all this morning. I've already outlined 2 reasons thus far for this. 1, superficially, my fear that it would have been more interesting to hear from the actor who played Cassandra, and 2, what could I offer to discussions around cultural diplomacy to an audience of experts by way of my personal experience doing this play specifically. If the gods have smiled on me, I've already explained away my first fear and have hopefully made significant headways towards disappearing the second. So here's the third and last dominant reason I felt ambushed by the blank page like never before writing this speech. A fear that I would unwittingly crowd out the lane of someone else more qualified as I expressed my thoughts today. With fortune's grace, hopefully I've assured that, so I'll move, I've eschewed that. Eschewed, hopefully not assured that. So I'll move on to my final request. There's a scene in just before the interval in Cassandra. It's one of the most compelling scenes, and it's the scene where the central arguments are laid out. Ukrainka, in so doing, wittingly or otherwise, depicts in painful clarity one of the 7 horsemen of our world's present-day apocalypse: polarization. Now, very early on in the play, Cassandra shares with us a glimpse of the realities of Apollo's curse. I can sense it, she says. I see disaster coming, but can't show it. I cannot say, watch here or over there. I only know when it is already and cannot be escaped, when no one can do anything at all. If only I could see otherwise, I'd have stopped it myself. I don't know about you, but it seems to me one could easily see why this so-called truth seer would start to scratch a nerve or two, someone with a proclaimed sense of objective truth but lacking the wherewithal to truly communicate to others what any of that truly means. Perhaps not that dissimilar to the conundrum with which experts are faced. And yet, over the course of the play, those in her close circle gain more than enough evidence to know that she definitely isn't lying. It's not so much Cassandra's truth-telling for which her brothers, sisters, literally all of her nearest and dearest begrudge her. It's more that her prophecies act less as guidance and more as edicts of an inescapable doom to come. Something that her brothers, who by pathetic patriarchal convention are tasked with ensuring the state over which their family rules succeeds, and therefore find superlatively impalatable. And so we have our 2 sides, not so much a contestation of truth, but the power of fate. On one side, Cassandra, who knows without a shadow of a doubt the inescapability of fate. On the other, everyone else, not unbelieving of this fact, but unprepared to sit back and accept this fact. All involved want peace. All involved want to prosper. Sorry, I'm just cutting it short because I wrote too much. Yeah, okay. It's a dynamic with which I think most of us by now are deeply familiar, the dynamic of the impasse, the intractable conflict. It is beyond obvious to observe that we in the UK have been aggressively wading our way through our own version of the dynamic of the impasse, characteristic of polarized societies since at least 2016. And there's, perhaps for somebody who's more centrist-minded like myself, a tendency towards the appeal of some form of a both-sidist approach. In the case of Cassandra and those against her, there isn't a both sides approach, just like there isn't a both sides approach, as you all know, with Ukraine. At the beginning of the war, I couldn't help but hear the voices in Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states who said they'd been warning us of what is now happening, much like Cassandra. And when I went back and read, Googled, I saw that they had been warning us. Why hadn't we listened? How did I, an interested citizen, yes, I'm just an actor, screenwriter, but I do like following the news, how did I miss this? I'm not too sure what to do when one is in the position of Cassandra, as Ukraine had been when they forewarned us. But I do wonder if we had sought truer understanding rather than what was clearly a lopsided effort that favored trying to convince Ukrainians of our reasons for not acting sooner, rather than more keenly understanding why they were warning us. And that's the biggest lesson I think I want to take from Cassandra, because Ukrainka shows us that even if you're armed with the truth, doesn't mean that you're necessarily always going to be able to give that over to the other people who need to receive, that truth. And so maybe actually it's our responsibility to remember to keep a dose of humility in our mind, and rather than only seeking to try and convince people who are on the other side to us, actually seeking to at least have as much of an effort, if not more, to understand why they're saying the thing they're saying in the first place. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you very much, Joey, for this multi-layered and complex reflection, and I'm sure many of the ideas will reverberate throughout the day about the importance to hear out others and to keep our humanity. And I think probably every Ukrainian since the start of the all-out war felt a little bit like Cassandra, screaming out to the world and trying to tell our story. But apart from the effort made by every Ukrainian since the war started, you can imagine the strain that the institutions find themselves under. They are under enormous strain, and often they have to think out of the box. That means that they have to deal with funding cuts, with their teams being scattered around, dealing with bombardments, which might happen any moment, and they still have to carry on and operate and be efficient and even be very impactful despite all odds. And so good leadership and strategic vision are of essence here. And this is the way how I'm trying to cue our next speaker, who apparently has only just arrived to the building. We've been eagerly awaiting. And he's the person who's been leading the Ukrainian Institute through the storm from its very inception about 5 or 6 years ago. He's just got reappointed a couple of years ago, by the way, following a rigorous competition. And our next speaker, therefore, is Volodymyr Sheiko, the Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, and he is finally here with us today. Volodya, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm severely and badly jet-lagged, so apologies if I do this wrong, but I hope I don't. And I hope this doesn't fall. Right. Welcome to everyone. I would like to warmly welcome each and every of you, and of course all the people who are watching us via live stream today. I would like to thank first and foremost the British Library for hosting us today. and for their continuous and generous support to Ukraine, Ukrainian librarians, culture makers, and their efforts that help Ukraine digitize its heritage, its cultural assets in these turbulent times. And I would also like to thank Joseph Akubeze for his inspirational and powerful and charismatic exploration of Cassandra and of two literary geniuses that bring our two nations closer together. This is the fourth edition of the Cultural Diplomacy Forum that the Ukrainian Institute has been organizing for the past 4 years. And no challenges presented by the war and the full-scale invasion have prompted us to delay or postpone or cancel these editions. We did 2 in Kyiv, we did 1 in Brussels last year, and we're very proud to do the 4th edition in London today. And we very much hope that next year we will be able to bring the forum back to Ukraine as the security situation allows international participants to confidently and safely join us for the forum. So this is our annual event that brings together cultural practitioners, managers, diplomats, students, artists, and researchers and practitioners from various fields of study to reflect and to discuss the most pressing matters the cultural relations is facing today as a discipline, as a practice, as a profession, as something that has existed with humanity for a very long time. Because people from various generations have leaned on arts and culture and shared customs and rituals to nurture a sense of mutual understanding and appreciation. And the historic journey of cultural relations offers indeed invaluable insights and that trace us back to early civilizations and that evolve as we move forward in our current developments. Needless to say that culture does serve as a powerful shield during times of conflict, offering protection to identities, values, and heritage in various ways. Cultural assets like language, traditions, rituals form the bedrock of our collective and individual identities today. However, during the war, preservation of these cultural components becomes crucial in maintaining the sense of self and the sense of community between us. Ultimately, in so many contexts and situations when other forms of interactions may fail or prove inefficient or carry much less credibility, cultural and artistic expression becomes one of the very few really viable means for nations and communities to communicate with each other. War and conflict stand out as arguably one of the most difficult contexts for such interactions to exist. So our opening panel session today will explore the role of culture in such circumstances, in such complex contexts as wars and conflicts, and that present countless challenges to artists and wider societies around them. I would like to share a story to illustrate the power actually of this theme to be explored in the first session, and that is the story of the theater in the eastern Ukrainian city of Mariupol that was bombed in the early weeks of the full-scale invasion last March. The Russian army dropped an aerial bomb on the theater that hosted people who sought refuge from bombardments of the besieged city. An estimated of 600 people died inside, and the more cynical this tragedy becomes when we remember that the word children was drawn on the plaza, on the square right in front of that theater. The tragedy did not end there. Less than a year later, bulldozers moved in, erasing and razing what remained of the theater. And the theater was then shrouded by a banner with the stylized profiles of Russian literary giants, and, in a cruel move, that of Taras Shevchenko, Ukraine's national poet and bard. Since then, concerts of Russian musicians took place on this mass grave and a witness to countless Russian war crimes in Ukraine. As we reflect on the tragedy of Mariupol, the city that was almost completely destroyed during the month of its siege last year, we must not only mourn the loss of lives and cultural treasures, but recognize the weaponization of culture in pursuit of political objectives and agendas. It is a call to action to safeguard our cultural heritage, for in doing so, we protect not only the physical remnants of our past, but the very essence of who we are. Over 60 prominent Ukrainian culture makers, filmmakers, artists, writers, musicians, our fellow colleagues and friends have been killed by Russia since the beginning of the full-scale invasion last year. Over 600 listed buildings, cultural monuments, architectural, archaeological, and cultural sites were damaged or fully destroyed by the Russian army. We recorded a part of these losses in our project Postcards from Ukraine that has, I would say, rather successfully communicated and promoted these facts to international audiences ever since. Thousands of people who create and communicate Ukrainian culture since have been displaced or had to abandon their profession to maintain themselves and their families. This is a loss that will affect our nation for years and generations to come. However, as a prominent Ukrainian writer, Oksana Zabushko, said last year in Edinburgh, at the Edinburgh International Culture Summit, you cannot mourn or appreciate something that you didn't know even existed in the first place. Most of these people who I'm talking about and these buildings have been unknown to international audiences. So therefore, these people cannot mourn or cannot think of the loss of that scale. I'm also thinking in this context not just about Ukraine, but about countless lives and vast cultural heritage that belongs to all of humanity, that we lost and we keep losing in other wars and conflicts that plague all, I think, the regions of the world today. I think it's very much a task for us as cultural diplomats, as cultural managers and people who are in various capacities and forms work for culture, to promote this loss, to make this loss better known to each other, so we can at least attempt to prevent or reverse it. The Cultural Diplomacy Forum takes place months after the successful conclusion of the bilateral UK-Ukraine cultural season, jointly programmed and implemented by the British Council and the Ukrainian Institute, and the unprecedented cultural festival that took place during the Eurovision Song Contest in Liverpool earlier this year. We look back now on the connections and experiences that emerged during these events and propose to talk to each other of other cases of large-scale programming that takes place around the world, and to think, should we go big, should we always go big, or should we keep cultural relations on a more intimate and personal level? What benefits do such big international formats bring to their commissioners, to governments, to cities, to communities and local communities? And we will explore these topics in the second panel of the forum today. Since 1991, when Ukraine regained its independence, it has primarily focused in its diplomatic efforts on countries in a closer geographical proximity, or with countries where our political and historical and cultural ties have been traditionally and historically stronger. Unfortunately, we had much less cultural interaction with countries in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, South Asia and Southeast Asia. However, the full-scale invasion of Russia prompted us to rediscover, in a way, these geographies, these destinations, and to appreciate their geopolitical and cultural significance for Ukraine and for the whole region of Eastern and Central Europe. So we will dedicate our third panel today to voices coming from various backgrounds and various geographies, trying to make sense of how Ukraine could better interact with these regions, countries and communities, and indeed how they can cooperate and learn more about each other as well. I'll move on to say that our cultures are not limited today or confined to the boundaries of nations. They are recognized as invaluable global assets. The diversity inherent in each cultural expression contributes to the richness of our shared cultural heritage. And this diversity is not just a mosaic or collection of differences. It's a collective strength that propels us forward. Again, needless to say that cultures today are not just repositories of artistic and intellectual wealth. They are a dynamic force driving economic and social progress. And I think this is something also quite underappreciated in many countries and contexts, that culture is not just a consumer, culture is a producer of economic wealth, but above all, a producer of the narratives, senses that give our lives a stronger meaning. So unique cultural identities fuel tourism, inspire trade, and spur innovation, creating a global environment for shared prosperity. The loss and destruction of culture, of any culture, is no longer a localized tragedy. It is a global loss, because every culture site, every heritage site, every artifact, and every tradition holds value not only for its origin community, but for the entirety of humanity. The preservation of one culture is an investment in the richness of our shared global cultural tapestry. Yet in this age of digital connectivity, other challenges loom on the horizon. The risk of cultural homogenization persists, where dominant cultures may overshadow the nuances and values of smaller, but equally valuable ones. Moreover, the digital divide threatens to create disparities in access, limiting the ability of some communities to share and preserve their cultural heritage on the global stage. We must embrace technological advancements for digital preservation. We have no other way. Digital repositories, 3D scanning, and virtual reality can create accessible archives, ensuring that cultural heritage transcends physical boundaries. Investment, therefore, in innovative conservation techniques is crucial for the restoration and maintenance of cultural artifacts. And a work of a large scale like this is indeed happening in Ukraine today, as many local activists, NGOs, the Ukrainian government, with the help of its international partners, tries to capture as much of the cultural assets that we have, to preserve, to keep it, to safeguard, and if need be, to restore it when the war and hostilities are over. So this will be the fourth topic of our today's conversations. Anything between digitization, virtual reality, and embracing new technologies to achieve objectives of cultural diplomacy. Let me finish and conclude by saying that in an era that is defined by rapid technological advancements, instantaneous communication, and unprecedented mobility, there is a question, there is an elephant in the room, if you wish. Does cultural diplomacy today still hold relevance for us? And my answer is, of course, yes. That's the profession that I firmly believe in. That's the practice that I love. And I particularly am happy when I see the tangible outcomes and results of my work and my fellow colleagues at the Ukrainian Institute. Now, I think more than ever, cultural diplomacy serves, and cultural relations generally as a broader term, serve as a bridge between nations, fostering understanding, overcoming differences, but also safeguarding us against threats in a world that is full of complex challenges that do not have definitive answers and ever-shifting dynamics. And this was basically the rationale behind the program of today's forum. This was the logic that my colleagues and I conceived and programmed this event. I hope that some, if not all of these themes will resonate with you, with your individual experiences, with your individual aspirations in culture and cultural diplomacy, or indeed other disciplines. And I want to wish you a very productive and informative and useful day. And let me also thank our partners. Their logos are there on the screen, that made today's event possible, logistically complex. And I would like to also thank all the speakers who traveled from various parts and regions of the world to be here with us today. So thank you, and I wish you a great, great day.
Thank you, Volodya, for this multiple insights. And now we have 15 minutes to let those thoughts sink in. And then we will start with our Cassandra moments. So enjoy the 15-minute break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to stay on track of our program, I would like to start a series of panel discussions. And it is my pleasure to introduce the first panel, titled Sword or Shield, Culture and Cultural Relations in Times of Conflict. I think the title is self-explanatory. And I would like to welcome on stage our esteemed moderator and three speakers. Our moderator today is Dr. Olesa Chromychuk, Director of Ukrainian Institute London, historian and writer. She will guide us through this conversation. On a personal note, as a Londoner and a member of Ukrainian community, I would like to mention that Ukrainian Institute London has been central to the production of Cassandra, of which we spoke in the first half of the day. And the distinguished panelists include Vivian Walker, Executive Director of the US Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy, Basma El Husseini, a cultural manager and cultural rights defender, Cristina Fuentes de la Roche, International Director of Hay Festival, and Tomika Bajsic, a poet, prose writer and cultural advocate. Thank you very much, and dear speakers and the moderator, welcome on stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olesa Chromychuk, and as Marina kindly introduced me already, I'm the director of Ukrainian Institute London. So we share at least part of the name with the Ukrainian Institute that we're celebrating, whose work we're celebrating today, and we share a lot of values as well, but we're an independent organization based in the UK. And it's a great pleasure for me to moderate this extremely important panel called Sword or Shield, Culture and Cultural Relations in Times of Conflict. I will introduce our speakers with slightly longer bios, and then we'll exchange some questions and ideas among us, but we'll also make sure that we leave some time for the questions from the floor, so please do keep those questions ready for the last bit of our discussion. So, right next to me here is Basma El Husseini, who's a cultural manager and a cultural rights defender. For the past 30 years, she has been involved in supporting independent cultural projects and organizations in the Arab region. Basma is currently leading the organization Action for Hope, an organization that works to protect and promote the cultural rights of marginalized communities with a focus on the countries undergoing or emerging from conflict. We're also joined today by Cristina Fuentes de la Roche, International Director at Hay Festival since 2005, right? Yes. Wow. Cristina has led Hay Festival's global development strategy, managing annual festival editions in Colombia, Mexico, Peru, the USA, and Spain since 2022, has been collaborating with Lviv Book Forum. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that collaboration and promoting Ukrainian talent across the world. She was awarded an honorary OBE in 2019 for services to promoting British culture and values to the Spanish-speaking world. Online, we're joined by Tomika Bajsic, president of PEN Croatia, who's also a poet, prose writer, graphic artist, and translator, author of 5 poetry collections, 2 books of travel prose, and a picture book for children, twice awarded with national awards for poetry. His poetry and prose pieces have been translated into many languages. Welcome, Tomika. Can you hear us? Very good, very good. And last but not least, we're joined online as well by Vivian Walker, Executive Director of the United States Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy and at the Department of State, and Chair of the Foreign Service Journal editorial board and adjunct professor at Georgetown University. Vivian has published and lectured extensively on the practice of public diplomacy in complex information environments. She graduated from Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service and her doctorate in English language and literature from the University of Chicago. Welcome, everyone. Lovely to see you on and off screen. Hello, Vivian, can you hear us well? Wonderful, great. I'm not sure if we can hear you. I think we can. Yes. Yes, we can. Let me begin with the first question. And I thought that maybe I should just begin with a question that's been bothering me a lot, especially over the last nearly 2 years now, and that is the difference between culture and politics. So Ukraine's been denied its cultural identity by the Kremlin for a very long time, before the full-scale invasion, before the start of the war as well. Ukrainian culture is being a target of this war. It is being destroyed as we speak. And Russia's portrayed its own cultural policy as a weapon of war. I mean, we've heard very sort of highly positioned figures of culture not even hide this, even at the start of the full-scale invasion, describing Russian culture or cultural export as a special operation. And yet, time and again, we keep hearing these calls to separate culture and politics, to say that the two should not be mixed together, should be unrelated. To me, it's always sounded a little naive when such calls have been made. What, in your view, what is your relationship between culture and politics, and how should we perceive it, especially in times of war? May I begin with you, Basma?
Thank you, Lisa. I happen to have a different opinion on this from you. I believe that culture and politics are two different fields of human activity that can sometimes connect and can at other times collide. Mm-hmm. We as civil society activists have to guard against the manipulation and appropriation of cultural expression and cultural heritage for political purposes. This is our role as civil society activists. The use of the term cultural diplomacy itself suggests that this field, this kind of area of work, is part of state business. And as a civil society activist, I find myself quite suspicious of anything that is supported or initiated by states, even democratic ones. I prefer the older and wider term cultural relations that allows for the inclusion of civil society cultural exchanges and collaborations. This is my first remark, and I have two other remarks. Can I?
Fantastic, of course.
Now, at times of conflict, cultural relations become another war arena where conflicting narratives fight. The parties of the conflict use language, they use cultural heritage, they use also artistic expression as battle weapons. This is a reality. This is more evident in the case of the Russian war and aggression against Ukraine. Russia tried to erase and appropriate Ukrainian culture and heritage to a very, very large scale. The presentation of counter-cultural narratives in cases like this becomes an act of self-defense. However, in most cases, these narratives are presented as one national narrative. And this inevitably leads to marginalizing the narratives of many social groups, such as women, minorities, and poor people. It is important that cultural relations at times of conflict allow diverse narratives and not reduce them to one nationalistic discourse. My third remark on this topic, also at times of conflict, because Action for Hope works mostly in conflict areas. We work with Syrian refugees, we work in Iraq, in Sudan, And now we are starting to work in Palestine as well. Conflict creates more common grounds between civil society and state actors. Because, of course, you are in a situation of war, you are forced to take sides. So civil society actors find themselves closer to state actors in situations like this. But it is important to note and understand the differences between the two positions, the one of the state and the other of the civil society. I'll give you one example. While the official Ukrainian position offered unconditional support for Israel, a public letter signed by 300 Ukrainian activists, including many artists, expressed strong support for Palestinians and called for a ceasefire. This was a remarkable action on the side of the Ukrainian civil society. One particular sentence in this letter touched me personally and deeply. The sentence says, "Our solidarity comes from a place of anger at the injustice and a place of deep pain of knowing the devastating impacts of occupation, shelling of civil infrastructure, and humanitarian blockade from experiences in our homeland." I close the quotation. This deep realization of the commonality of the human experience of those who are victims to aggression and occupation and the resulting realization of the common values that this generates is very compelling.
Thank you so much for those remarks, and thank you also for pointing out this sometimes dichotomy and in all cases dynamics between state actors and civil society. I really hope that we'll come back to that in the discussion. And also, I'll come back later on asking you more to think a little bit more about this one narrative versus multiple voices, especially in times of conflict. Maybe to break up the dynamics in this room, I'll turn to the screen and Tomica, ask you to comment on this difference between culture and politics.
Welcome. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity to be with you at this panel. So it came to my mind that PEN Congress in Lviv that I remember, it was in 2017, and it was entitled "Reclaiming Truth in Times of Propaganda," where the widespread Russian propaganda machinery was exposed to its core. It was a great congress. Lots of distinguished writers spoke, and so we as writers, we know poetry, for example, is an intimate dialogue, waiting for a response by a reader to come to life. And propaganda, what it is a monologue which seeks not a response, but an echo, which in case here of Russia's militant imperialism, multiplies into the blind fury. So this example of this propaganda, how it reaches long distances from the side of Russia, is like in Zagreb, where I live, only a week after the start of full-scale invasion. In the main newspaper, in the Zagreb Frontline News, the news that overshadowed the Russian tanks on Ukrainian soil was that Tchaikovsky was cancelled somewhere. And looking further, it was not even in Croatia. I think maybe in some other city, in London or somewhere. But Tchaikovsky effect spread around in the media, in the Croatian media. And round tables on cancel culture were organized, and many intellectuals were summoned to share opinion. Also, there was this false alarm that the Russian bistro was vandalized, which truly never happened. So what we are facing, that Russian culture truly uses, Russia uses culture as a weapon of war. So it is a totalitarian trademark. And they are, by no doubt, they are trying to erase the Ukrainian culture and the language. So what I think, that since politics is messing with human lives on a daily basis, culture and art cannot be left stranded on a deserted island. So we do have to hold, of course, on diverse narratives, to speak against the totalitarian discourse, and which brings us closer to truth. And so in the beginning, for example, our Penn Center was accused by some for taking sides, by holding literary events and organizing humanitarian concerts for Ukraine or the writers' residences as a kind of, a reconnaissance shelter for the people who are under the bombs. So, but what it is for me, it is taking sides in situations like Russia's war against Ukraine, with so many crimes against humanity committed against the Ukrainian people, was the only possible human response. So solidarity, yes, of course, can also be seen as a weapon against aggression. And then what is my opinion, that I can only express admiration and solidarity with the Ukrainian cultural community, Ukrainian authors, and the Ukrainian people who are defending their independence and the right for peaceful existence and the freedom of expression.
Your words that solidarity is probably one of the best defensive weapons that Ukraine has in its possession, both inside the country but also internationally across the world. So it was extremely important. It continues to be very important to feel that solidarity. Christina, on that question especially, also continuing the idea of solidarity, what's your opinion of the dichotomy?
No, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me, the Ukrainian Institute. Very happy to be here. And yeah, solidarity, I mean, for us at the Hay Festival, solidarity has been the response we had against the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And from the very beginning, we took sides, you can say, but we decided to showcase Ukrainian culture as a platform in all our festivals, collaborate with the Lviv Book Forum as well, doing something bigger. We decided as well to listen to the diversity as well of Ukrainian voices. I as well agree with what you have said about the difference between state-directed culture and individual artists. I think artists are free agents. Obviously, they're political, personal politics or big politics with capital letters. But artists tend to give more questions than answers as well. And states always wants to give answers. And I think, in times of conflict, as you were saying as well, there is a much more intertwined activities between the civil society of a country and the artistic and the state, the government. And you can see that now in Ukraine. In Ukraine, artists tend to obviously they want to defend the culture, the country is attacked. But we think that it's good to have diversity as well of opinions. And we have been 2 years collaborating in Ukraine. At the beginning, they were all very much, I guess, with less critical, I will say, from the situation, less critical thought. They were, in a very difficult circumstances. And you can see now the diversity as well of voices within the Ukrainians and diversity of opinions. There was this issue about Andrei Kurkov, for example, talking to a Russian dissident, this idea whether Russian dissidents and Ukrainian writers can talk together in the same panels. Andrei decided to talk to Masha Gessen in Canada. It was a big discussion, but an open, free discussion. Even at the at the Lviv Book Forum series, we listen as well to, this year, Pankaj Mishra from India joined in, and he was explaining as well why the global South see Russia in a different light compared to the experience, compared to the anti-imperialist war against the states. And it was interesting that voice was as well part of the panel. Or I think it's nice this idea of having solidarity, but as well creating spaces for discussion and seeing multiple voices. Yeah.
Absolutely. And these heated discussions, we've seen a lot of them happening over the last 2 years or so. And I see them as a sign of progress, as a sign that, that there is this space for discussion, which is extremely important. What I also see in parallel to that, that most of people of culture, creatives in Ukraine also feel this responsibility of speaking on behalf of the nation. Yeah. And it's a privilege to just do art, to just make art, as opposed to, make art that will then represent the nation that is being attacked. That seems to be the burden that is shared across the
industry. And as well, I think Ukrainians are trying to reinvent how they want to be a decolonized country, how they want to, understand themselves better, how they want to coexist within each other and with the world. And it's an interesting, challenging moment. But I think as well, once you give a microphone to an artist, to a writer, to a thinker, it's theirs. Yeah. And that's completely, and it's completely theirs. And what we do at Hey is create platforms to try to bring different voices. We work as well a lot in Colombia, in Latin America. We try to bring indigenous voices, LGBTQ, like minorities as well, to give them a space at the table and give them a microphone. And once a writer or a thinker has the microphone, they are an individual voice that usually challenge the status quo. Yeah. But in terms of conflict, that dynamic of what you were saying, of the civic society, the arts sector, and the government gets closer, and sometimes, and sometimes there are processes, like, for example, I experienced last year in Lviv, the conversations were much one-dimensional in a way from the Ukrainian bloc. They were in the middle of, of a horrible invasion, and they were 100% supporting, obviously, the government, everything. But now, the second year, there are more diverse voices, more nuance, nuance, understanding of the situation, and that will be the process we would like to have together with Ukrainians.
Right. I'll come back to ask you more about Hey Festival in collaboration with Ukraine, but Vivian, I want to give you an opportunity to answer this first question. We're still on the first question. We'll move swiftly from that soon. Vivian.
Great, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be with you, if only virtual, and thank you for allowing me that opportunity. I also have to apologize in advance. Apparently, I'm in a hotel room, and they have decided to do drilling next door, so I'm going to. Okay, they're drilling right now. Anyway, I will try to speak quickly. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the opportunity to answer this question. I'm going to approach it from my perspective as someone who's worked as a cultural attaché, as a press attaché. And in my experience, I see that culture and politics are intimately connected. I think one is, in a sense, the expression of the other. Both speak to national identity in purpose. And that's what, in some ways, makes it both challenging and empowering, that relationship. Culture has always been a platform for dissent and change, thankfully. Culture often starts the change. Politics codifies that change, either in resisting the change or in embracing it. Now, when we get to conflict, obviously conflict, in my experience, transforms and intensifies that very tough dynamic between culture and politics. At the same time, I want to take issue with one of the sort of the themes of the conference is looking at what is it that there's been a paradigm shift in cultural diplomacy and in attitudes toward culture and conflict. I would argue that there really hasn't been a paradigm shift in the relationship between the role of culture and politics. You can't really say that in the past there was traditional culture attraction, promotion of cultural assets, peace building, traditional soft power. And now in the present, we're doing something completely different, which is cultural deterrence, civic activism, countering disinformation, protection of political sovereignty. I think these the more soft power approaches and the more activist and transactional approaches have always been combined. So there's no paradigm shift there. Where I do see a really important and significant change is this global information space in which we find ourselves. That has made both culture and politics more participatory, which is a good thing, but also more fragmented. and a greater potential in this space for the use of culture, for culture to be weaponized, as we see, greater potential for manipulation, as we've been talking about, greater competition for your audience attention, for your ability to influence the audiences you're trying to reach, a greater difficulty in distinguishing and determining unique cultural identity and values in this space, so that extraordinary organizations like the Ukrainian Institute have this enormous dual challenge of both explaining Ukraine's culture and identity while defending it. And that is what I think is where the challenge lies. So what's the solution? I think it is, as was and continues to be, a combination of these soft power, persuasive, attractive approaches, promotion of cultural assets, the smart power, sort of transactional, providing experiences of culture. And there is a value to more tough, hard power practices of culture, active measures of deterrence and resilience in this space, but stopping short of drawing a leaf from the Russian playbook, turning culture into a coercive tool.
In fact, we'll keep discussing all of those points throughout the day. So now we've got this challenge ahead of us. I'm going to ask you these sort of big, grand questions, and I'm going to ask you to be very brief in your answers. And I'm sure you can do that. Basma, I'll start with you. Production of culture doesn't seem to be the most obvious priority in times of war, right? In places that are devastated, where infrastructure is being destroyed, where human life is lost, where people are grieving. And yet, from the experience of Ukraine, what we've seen is the culture is thriving at the moment. It's thriving both as a tool of resistance and resilience, but also as some kind of attempt at creating normalcy, at least for those areas of Ukraine where life can continue more or less as normal to the extent that it can when the whole of the country is facing regular bombardment. So I wanted to ask you to maybe reflect on that role of culture specifically in war zones based on your experience, especially working with Action for Hope, and maybe share some of the practices that could be useful for other parts of the world that are facing conflict.
Thank you, Lisa. I think during the immediate or the early stages of any large-scale war, it's very difficult to talk about culture because with the level of destruction that happens and the urgent needs for humanitarian aid and medical aid, etc., it becomes very difficult to talk to anybody, including international organizations or donors or populations, about the importance of culture and cultural expression. So, during the early days, because we worked with Syrian refugees early on, at the early days when they fled out of Syria into Lebanon, into Jordan, and also into Turkey, at the beginning, we were mixing cultural work, artistic kind of activities with humanitarian aid. So, and we needed to do this. We are arts and culture people. We don't do humanitarian aid, but we had to learn how to do humanitarian aid because we wanted to make people feel that the two are essentials. Mm-hmm. And they were essentials because as soon as people found a roof that they can, a shelter, they realized they need to tell stories and share the stories, express themselves, and they need to understand the world. And what can make them understand the world better than artistic expression? Because it gives them the ability to rearrange facts in a way, or even imagination, in a way that makes sense of what's happening. So this became realized by the people, the refugee population, as well as by us. It was a learning experience, and we used it again in our work in Iraq, in Mosul, after ISIS left the city, immediately a few months after ISIS were defeated. We used it also in Sudan, and we now are starting to use it in Gaza, in Palestine. So this is important. Actually, in Gaza, we are starting early on under the bombing. So people are being bombed as we are trying to amplify the voices of creative people inside Gaza. So it's artistic expression in particular is an important thing, not just to assert cultural identity. I think asserting cultural identity is important, but also it allows people to be visible, to be seen by others, not to feel victims as victims all the time, but to feel that they can contribute something to the others. Even while they're being bombed or made refugees, whatever, they can contribute to something called a shared humanity. And this notion of a shared humanity is what troubles me most with the term cultural diplomacy, because I cannot detect it in cultural diplomacy work. It's all about me and the other. It's not about us. So this is just a passing remark. Then another lesson, and I'm sure the Ukrainians know it very well, and I've seen many, many good examples of this, is how cultural heritage becomes a refuge for refugees and displaced communities. But we have to be careful not to have people have cultural heritage as a final resort, because we want them to also contribute to new expression, not just stay imprisoned in the past. So we used cultural heritage in our work with Syrian refugees and also with the people in Mosul in Iraq. And it was very successful, especially in conservative religious societies, Islamic societies, that traditionally are very suspicious of sort of contemporary arts and living arts and stuff. When you use cultural heritage, they open to you immediately. And then you can start a journey with them that eventually introduces other forms of expression. I think one other last remark. I think it's also important when you work with populations that are emerging from conflict as a cultural activist is to maintain a very strict commitment to a human rights-based approach in cultural work. Because you can very easily get driven this way or the other way. I have people on my board, and they know themselves here, who keep reminding me of we have to adhere to human rights values in everything we do and not drift to the notion of only us and the enemies. And this is a very important thing to keep in mind. I think this is my last remark in terms of what to share about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Basma brought up this idea of visibility, especially under threat. And this is what I want to continue talking about with you, Christina. I've had the privilege of attending quite a few literary festivals over the last couple of years, and almost all of them, and in fact, all of them had the Ukraine panel. So suddenly Ukraine became visible, Ukrainian culture became visible, bookshops started to have Ukraine section, which is, by the way, disappearing, at least in the bookshops here, or is not as prominent as it was before. So Ukraine was being spotlighted because its culture was being destroyed and attacked by Russia. The question I have is, how does one showcase a culture because it's worth exploring and not simply because it is being destroyed?
I think, in a way, it's both at the moment. I mean, Ukrainian culture is being destroyed by Russia. As we were saying before, it's an act of solidarity to give them a space. But within that, we choose the best writers, thinkers, new voices, filmmakers, poets. They come to what we're doing. We're collaborating with Levy Book Forum. And we take some writers in person, people that knows the region and wants to be there. And then we bring lots of international writers to talk to fellow Ukrainians digitally. And then we promote across the world the view of the digital festival. And as well, we are committed to have a space for Ukrainian writers, thinkers, poets in all our festivals, and as well jointly with Le Big Book Forum in the Global South. We went in Hong Kong, in Ghana, we're going to Jaipur with you, Lesia, and we give them a platform to talk about the culture, to discuss the issue with other people, with other thinkers, and I think, the quality is there as well. It's not just any writer, we go to the best. It's hard, many of the panels tends to be more about what's going on in Ukrainian. It's hard for them to talk about the cultural activity as such. Is intertwined as well with the conflict. But for example, in Wales, we had Saran and the Dogs giving us an amazing concert, and then during the day to talk about the role of the writer in conflict societies. As we work as well a lot in Latin America, as I said before, and many writers have got this dilemma whether, because they come from a conflict area, should they always refer to those issues. Should a writer have the responsibility of talking about the conflicts, about conflicts? You know, in Colombia, conflicts has been lasting for 40 years or more, and it's hard as well, you know, it's nice as well to give space for art's sake and give freedom to writers and creators to you know, to dedicate themselves to create art that generates empathy, generates as well a shield from conflict as well. So, you know, I think both things will coexist. What we want to do with Ukraine, for example, is a long-term relation, long-term process. Now it's very raw. Now all the writers and thinkers are coming to talk about the issue, and slowly we will evolve into you know, into selecting, you know, into knowing them as artists and beyond the conflict.
Yeah, I think that's key, that this visibility, this sudden situational visibility translates into lasting relationships that will go far beyond this war. Tomica, I'm going to turn to you and ask you a little bit more about you know, to draw on your experience from Croatia. As president of PEN Croatia, I'm sure you know PEN Ukraine started a project, already launched a project in partnership with other organizations commemorating the lives of those creatives that have been lost in Russia's war against Ukraine. And it's celebrating their work, but also commemorating the awful loss of life, but also of you know, creative input that they will never be able to continue. What I'd like to ask you to reflect on is, how does culture evolve when so many creatives have first-hand experience of warfare as members of the armed forces, whether mobilized or volunteered to participate in the armed forces, or as civilians as well, who have witnessed the horrors of warfare firsthand? What does it do to one's culture to have these voices with first-hand experience?
It is very precious. So what do I see as art? That art and literature, what they can do, it is to witness. It's like to want to report, to share experience. So also that on your project, I have seen that how you work on it. It's admirable, and it brings us the art brings us and the literature brings us closer. That's how, for example, in reading Ukrainian poetry on war, I can feel what is happening much better than in the news. And to be closer to fragile environments those poets inhabit and understand the subtle dictionary of their lives. An individual destiny, which is mapping the collective, following the contours of human faces in the dark to recapture the past and unique moment. It's like embedding it as a shrapnel gets embedded in the organism. It stays, it is not left to oblivion, because what we can hear in the news, it is only like for example, in the human losses, there was they would say during the communist era, they would say like for the people, they would say living forth, and they were the same like things for the armed vehicles or something like this. So the people were lost. They were numbers. So that's where art is. The strength of art is to bring us common experience through the destinies of the people, of the persons, of the individuals that are passing through the war. And also, I can say that it is how, that I read what Victoria Marina wrote when she managed to dig out the Volodymyr Vakulenko's diary, that she felt a little easier because his message was saved. As long as the writer is read, she wrote, he or she is alive.
Tomislav, for mentioning Victoria Amelina. Actually, my last question will be to you, Vivian, and I wanted to bring Victoria up here as well before we open the floor to the audience. In one of her last publications before she was killed, for those, I'm sure that most people here do know who Victoria Amelina was. She was a writer, but also she retrained to collect testimonies of Russia's war crimes in Ukraine, and was very much engaged in that too. And she was killed in Kramatorsk in June 2023. And in one of her last publications, she wrote the following. I'm going to read this quotation in full. When you look at the map of Europe, you see Dante here and Shakespeare there, but only a vast gap where Ukrainian culture should have been to make Europe whole and safe. Now there is a real threat that Russians will successfully execute another generation of Ukrainian culture, this time by missiles and bombs. For me, it would mean the majority of my friends would get killed. For an average Westerner, it would only mean never seeing their paintings, never hearing them read their poems, or never reading the novels that they have yet to write. End of quote. Now, this is a very powerful thought from Victoria, and of course she was subsequently, she became part of that generation of writers that is being destroyed at the moment. We will not read another novel or many other novels that she could have written. Vivian, what is the responsibility of the international community in preventing such things from happening? Is there responsibility? And how do we respond to such atrocities when they are already, when they're already happening in front of our eyes?
Thank you for bringing Amelina's writing to the forefront here. The essay that you referred to is an absolutely brilliant, stark reminder that the debate about whether to cancel culture or not is truly a distraction from what truly is the issue, the whole destruction of Ukrainian culture and identity. But to answer that question, and I do think there is a responsibility on the part of the international community, I want to go to a similar comment that Victoria Amelina made in writing about a painter whose work had been destroyed, not by war in this case, but by a flood. But she said, art lives as long as the world sees it. And I think it's the responsibility of the international community first to see, as Amelina says, and that is already something. But seeing is just the beginning. It is going beyond seeing. It is knowing, understanding, and then speaking truthfully and accurately about all of it. So for the international community, for the diplomatic community, for scholars, for the media, I think they have a critical role to see and go beyond seeing to understanding. And there are a number of ways that they can do this. They can address the lack of historical and cultural knowledge about Ukraine. Now that is changing, very different perhaps from the early days of the most recent conflict. I think there's more awareness of Ukraine, but it's still not sufficient. This is the role of scholars and academics to get it out there. And then to use that knowledge, that understanding, to inform how we talk about Ukraine in the media space, in the policy space. And this goes to, of course, the journalists who are reporting on Ukraine and what's happening, but also about policymakers and experts as they talk about what is going on. But even knowledge is not enough. There has to be an active elimination of the stereotypes. There has to be an active effort to avoid using or repeating the language of the oppressors, the Russian Federation. It has to be an active effort to avoid the similar devaluation of Ukraine's identity and policies and relationships. And another piece, and this is truly difficult, I think more difficult for the diplomats and the policymakers than perhaps for the academics and scholars, but try to view the situation or frame the situation of Ukraine outside of the fairly narrow lens of national interests, to try to look at Ukraine as something other than a country caught in a terrible geostrategic competition between forces larger than itself. Again, much harder for diplomats and policymakers than it is for scholars and journalists. And I would just close by saying that going forward, any narrative that Ukraine wants to tell about itself, how it explains itself, the narrative it chooses does belong to Ukraine, but the responsibility for creating the conditions for properly seeing, hearing, and interpreting that narrative, that is definitely with the international community.
Thank you so much. Now is the time for the audience to ask questions. We have a mic, so please put your hand up and the mic will come to you. Any questions from the floor? Everybody's thinking. There's a question. Yeah, two questions right here. We have about 10 minutes. So maybe we can let's collect 2 or 3 questions at a time. Try again? No, it doesn't seem to.
It is? Oh, yeah, it is now.
It is now.
I just wanted to come back, just to ask Vivian a question about what you just said about certain ways of looking at Ukraine being harder for diplomats and policymakers than for scholars and artists and experts in the region. What kind of tools or frameworks do you see for encouraging more fruitful conversation and collaboration between diplomats and scholars that might help people in both directions to look outside their usual framework of seeing Ukraine, and how might that help these conversations going forwards?
Super, thank you.
That's it.
We'll collect a couple of questions and then come back to all of you. Yes.
Thank you so much. And my question in some ways is similar, but with a slightly different lens, which is, you've talked about the international nature of these conflicts and the multiple conflicts that sadly we are seeing today. We've mentioned Gaza, we've talked about Syria, we mentioned Iraq, and of course there's a strong focus on Ukraine. I wanted to know and just hear from the panel, firstly, thank you all so much for your contributions. If there are existing international networks for some learning and shared learning rather than starting from the beginning each time we enter into this terrible situation of conflict, of sustainability of ARSIS, of resilience of ARSIS, of indeed survival of ARSIS, and networks of solidarity. It's been great to hear about the Hay example and the work that's been happening there. And I know, Basma, also you have been involved in some of this. In Penn, obviously, Tomica, Penn is another example of this kind of work. So whether there's some avenues for shared learning on a peer-to-peer level, taking out perhaps the international diplomacy side of it, although obviously diplomacy within the arts and cultural relations is key.
Great, super. Maybe one more question before, there's a question just up there in the middle, and I'll come back to you.
Hi, good morning. I picked up on 2 quick points I'd just like to reiterate, which was firstly the risk of culture being used as a single nationalistic narrative which could lead to the marginalisation of minority groups, and then secondly the risk of culture being used as a coercive tool. And I wondered, as we move into the next phase, which will be the liberation of the occupied areas, how do you ensure that those smaller communities that have historical links with Russia, language, literature, those hard baked in cultural links, how they don't become marginalized, how they don't become vilified as in the post-conflict phase?
Great, and I saw one more hand, and I don't want to deprive anyone. We only have 5 minutes to answer all of these, so let's try to collect as many as we can.
Thank you so much. This is so much my theme, but I'll try to be as short as possible. One of the reasons why this is so much my theme is because I'm a diplomat from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm first secretary, and I'm in charge for education, culture, science. So this theme is so Bosnian also, because some 30 years ago we had a terrible war where it was so much proven that culture is our voice during the war. And what strikes me the most, you all have wonderful contribution, and I enjoyed every word, and it was really interesting to hear all of the angles, but I was so much focused on something that Basma said, and thank you for that. You said, you mentioned a phrase called shared humanity, And I think it's so important because in a world today, we all need to remember that it didn't start here today. It didn't start with Bosnia. It didn't start with Ukraine. It's just a never-ending story of terror, of humanity being lost all over and over again. And as my colleagues before, and probably many after me, we will continue to ask the questions how diplomats can address this. And I'm also an academic, and in my master, I am trying to answer the question because it was a theme of politicization of cultural identities in my country. So as you mentioned, all of you, it can be used both ways in a way, but also it is, during war, it is like a common ground for cohesion, for trying to give voice, to trying to give contribution. And I will just mention one more thing that also can be, after Bosnia, connected with Ukraine also. During Sarajevo Film Festival this year, we had it was premiere of a documentary called Kiss the Future. It was made by Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and it was actually creation director. So the thing was...
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to...
No, I'm finishing.
To summarize it.
Yeah, I wanted to say, because this is something, this is happening, so documentary was made 30 years, almost 30 years after, about something that was so crucial during our war, during the war in Bosnia, that international cooperation of artists, of humanitarians, of activists made us visible. And these people made, because it was made by memoirs of Bill Carter, and it was about the U2 concert and their contribution during the war and other artists. So it is a reminder of importance of making a difference through culture, and they're in the same time, they're at the moment making another similar documentary about Ukraine. So I just wanted to say this is so big theme and so relevant, so important, and sorry for being this long. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish we had another hour to discuss all of these. Let me go in reversed order then. Vivian, let me begin with you, and maybe you could comment on the tools that can encourage conversation between diplomats and scholars.
Exactly, and I'll try to be quick, but yeah, and here I'll talk a little bit more about the U.S. government perspective, which is what I'm most familiar with. But education and culture are embedded in our thinking about diplomacy and public diplomacy, so that if we're promoting a particular policy or a particular approach, the effort is then made to bring academics, scholars to that country or that region to talk about the broader context and the implication, and then to bring scholars and experts from abroad back to the United States to make those connections. And that's just one of the many ways. But I think the two have to go hand in hand if you're going to if you want to be influential and consequential in this domain. But I'll stop there.
Thank you for being so brief and to the point. Tomislav, can I ask you to comment on any of those questions that you heard?
Just to mention in the way with solidarity, which when I was on the Congress in Lviv in 2017, I was asked as a war veteran from the Croatian Independence War. I was asked about the war trauma by the people from Ukraine, the young people from Ukraine on the one forum. And then the thing is that also that this internal solidarity is so much important for the trauma, because the material external effects of the war are secondary. It is the people that fare the worst. So including, of course, those that lose their homes and never return. So it goes for Ukraine, but also for Gaza and so on, or Israel. War trauma is the largest human trauma. Of human horrors of war, the loneliness is the worst. So it is the trauma. So the healing should be more efficient through the society than through the individual help. So that is where the creative people could express solidarity. So here is also where culture can stand out and where this field is needed. And also I can say about what I was speaking about, the role of art. Just one short thing, that if, for example, you want to know about the war in Croatia, you don't have to dwell in the history books. You can just take into account some three artistic testimonies, and you will catch a firm glimpse what happened. So journalist Siniša Glavašević, poetic stories from Vukovar, which is Mariupol of Croatia, that amidst death and ruins of besieged city is broadcasting the unbreakable spirit of its citizens finding the light and quest for life. Filmmaker Gordon Lederer, poetic war downs on Banja, video reportages, photographer Paul Urban, black and white photographs of bombarded Dubrovnik under siege. All these three artists, journalists, reporters, photographs, they were killed by the aggressor, by the Serbian army and the Yugoslav People's Army. So, but it is only in these fragments of their work. It can, in 100 years from now, it will shed the light of what happened in Croatia. So that's what I think of the importance of the art in this subject, in this theme.
Thank you so much. Christine, maybe you can comment a little bit on the peer-to-peer networks? Or anything else? So many questions, so rich.
I would like to mention, about what, you were saying about the minorities within Ukraine, the future. I think once victory comes, Ukraine will, will be the country they want to be, and we will need to help all these conversations to happen. I would like to stress again the idea of processes. There are certain things that can happen now, but will happen, and we will all help them to happen. Conversations with fellow Russian artists, thinkers, minorities, diversity. At the moment, I think we need to accompany and have solidarity with that process and like that. And the peer-to-peer, what we create is these spaces for writers to meet fellow writers with similar or share realities in the past, like post-colonial, how to liaise with conflict, and I think that's is a a network of like-minded people and practitioners, but by continuing creating these spaces. Yeah.
Thank you, Basma. Do you want to say some last comments?
Just
maybe
to
shed humanity.
Yeah, continue on the notion of diversity of cultural expressions at times of conflict, which is essential. I agree that this becomes a necessity after victory, but I think it has to start before then. I think this kind of social dialogue has to always exist at times of peace, at times of war, and after war ends. I think it is dangerous to wait until there is a clear kind of conclusion on who won the war, because even winning the war defines a lot of things and shuts up a lot of voices. So I think it is important to start this process of social dialogue and cultural kind of discussion within the society as the war goes on. There is no, I think, waiting, and we have a very bad saying in Arabic. It goes as, there is no voice louder than the voice of the battle. I hate this saying. I hate it. I think all voices should be heard during battles. It doesn't mean that you ignore who is right and who is wrong. You can take sides, but you always have to allow voices to be expressed and you discuss them. And on the notion of solidarity networks, there are many organizations that offer support to artists and writers and give them safe havens, especially if they are under sort of oppressive regimes, etc. Not enough for artists who are writing in situations or expressing themselves in situations of war. However, all these are driven by donor agendas, which is good and bad, because donor agendas are also driven by political and economic agendas. So we have to understand these dynamics and see how we can maybe extend these networks where the political agendas do not cover, they do not extend this far.
Just before we conclude, I feel the obligation, as the only Ukrainian on this panel, to comment on the question about the temporary occupied territories and the links. I think you mentioned potential links with Russia. I mean, if there were any links with Russia, Russia has done its worst to sever them with bombs and missiles over the last 2 years. But also, let's not forget that a lot of Ukrainian territory, Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine, had already been occupied for 8 years before the full-scale invasion, and Ukrainian people of culture have done a lot to recreate, to maintain links with those territories. I mean, one example that comes to mind is the Theatre of Displaced People, run in part by Natalia Vorozhbyt, a famous Ukrainian playwright, where they traveled to newly liberated territories to perform plays, documentary plays, based on the experience of the people that they were meeting. And of course, the links with those territories are not severed. We have people like Olena Styashkina, displaced from Donetsk, who continues, she was speaking here on this very stage a few months ago, who continue to talk about the experiences of people there. But of course, we also have people like Victoria Amelina. One of the projects that she was so passionate about was a literary festival in a small town in Donetsk called New York. It is on the front line at the moment, so no literary festival will happen there anytime soon, but I think we should make it our job to make sure that maybe not the next annual conference of Ukrainian Institute, but one of the subsequent ones happens in New York with our presence there. And I think that would be the best thing for those territories that are suffering more than anything, and the populations obviously there from Russian aggression at the moment. And on that rather hopeful and uncharacteristically hopeful note for a Ukrainian, let me thank the speakers and all of you for participating in this first discussion of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. To transfer. Yeah.
We will have a bit of a tiny break between two sessions, allowing the speakers to swap the mics. So I will try to plug the gap by making a couple of reflections on the discussion that we've just had, and what touched me really deeply and resonated with me was the fact that we had these comparisons with various conflicts, and you can clearly see that there are so many ideas and thoughts which we share, with the speakers coming from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the legacy of the Bosnian Yugoslav wars of the 1990s. What I also find interesting, I think it was said by Basma during the discussion, that the challenge for the Ukrainian artists now is to defend their identity, express their identity, but also to be able to defend it. I would like to mention one resource which would be useful and interesting for you, which is a website developed by the Ukrainian Institute, which is kind of a repository of what's best in Ukrainian culture, in literature, in music, in theater. It contains a lot of useful references that you can explore if you would like to delve into the rich legacy of Ukrainian culture. Perhaps you would like to take a note of that. The website's address is insight.ui.org.ua. And that's talking about, expressing Ukraine's identity and also defending it. And here I would like to briefly introduce the next panel, which will be focusing on international collaborations on a grand scale, assets, obstacles, and influence. It will be moderated by Sarah Sands, acting chair of the British Council, British journalist and author. And the speakers will be Tetiana Filewska, creative director of the Ukrainian Institute, Katarina von Ruckteschell-Katter, director of the Goethe Institute in London, Claire de Breckler, director Arts Wider Europe at the British Council, and Sengwer Sun. Perhaps I mispronounced the first name, for which I apologize in advance, and perhaps the speaker will correct me. And Ms. Sun is director of the Korean Cultural Centre UK. So just stay with us and have a little bit of patience. The speakers and the moderator will be on stage very, very soon. Thank you.
good morning, everyone. My name's Sarah Sands. I'm Deputy Chair at the British Council, and we've all been very moved by the discussion before on why culture matters, particularly in times of conflict, and will stay with us, the quote from Vittoria Amelina, art lives as long as the world sees it. We're now going to talk about how the world can see it. And again, going back perhaps to our the keynote speech from the Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, talking about culture is both particular, but it's also shared. And so if there's an attack on a theatre, Mariupol, that's a loss for all of us. So what we're going to talk about now is the method in which we can share, exchange ideas, and what works and what doesn't. So I've got an excellent panel in front of us I shall take you through, starting with British Council, Claire de Brecla, who is the Director of Arts for wider Europe, so has much experience in art seasons and exchanges, and can explain why these cultural exchanges are such assets. We then have Tatiana Filivska, who's the creative director of the Ukrainian Institute, which believes that culture is identity and has worked very hard over the past 2 years to show us that expression of the identity. We then go to Katrina von Ruckelstal Kata, and she is director of the Goethe Institute in the UK, which we know wields great influence within Germany as well as beyond. When the Berlin Wall came down, the Goethe Institute was there to bring populations together. Katrina has said its purpose has evolved and that cultural influence can bring about social justice, freedom, feminism, and computing. She says if you bring artists and intellectuals together, we will understand the future better. So we'll be hearing from Katrina. And then finally, on our panel, we have Songhae Sun, who is the director of the Korean Cultural Centre in the UK, scholar of art history and aesthetics, has served as a diplomat in charge of cultural diplomacy, and says a very good example of this is the recent state visit of the South Korean president. The president and the prime minister signed trade agreements and security agreements, but what really captured the imagination of the media was that the ceremonial changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace saw the military band play K-pop hits. And King Charles gave members of the girl group Blackpink honorary member of the Order of the British Empire medals. So their cultural diplomacy at work. So we're going to start with Claire telling us a little bit about the experience of British Council exchanges.
Thank you, Sarah. Just wait to see if the slides come up, and I hope everyone can hear me. Is the mic working okay? Great. So I am going to talk a little bit about the UK-Ukraine season, which you've already heard referenced several times, and also a little bit about the British Council's approach more broadly to seasons and festivals and how we evaluate impact and look at this topic of cultural diplomacy and cultural relations. So I think I won't dwell too much, but the UK-Ukraine season, I think the most important thing to say, so it ran from June 2022 to June 2023, British Council working extremely closely with the Ukrainian Institute. But it is very important to say that it started to be planned many years before. And the idea of the season was always about shining a spotlight on Ukrainian culture and opportunities for the UK to engage with Ukraine, which only became more relevant after Russia's full-scale invasion. We had to work very quickly and very actively to pivot our plans for the season, and primarily looking at having most of the season take place either in the UK or digitally or in remote locations compared to our original plans for it to take place in Ukraine. And I think this just illustrates the breadth of where those activities took place. So we're really proud that activities took place across the whole of the UK, all 4 nations, and across many partners across the whole of Ukraine. And I just want to give a sense of some of the activities. I can see many partners in the audience. I won't name every project. I apologize in advance. But to give a sense of some of the themes that we looked at. So this is a projection of Ukrainian mosaics, which had been destroyed very early on in the war, which were displayed at the Greenwich and Docklands Festival in summer 2022, so addressing important themes around cultural heritage and protection. Alessia, it would be not to embarrass you, but here you are. This was really the same dress. That happens to me all the time. This was a really beautiful day of Ukrainian literature and Ukrainian writers being in focus at Cheltenham Book Festival, Cheltenham Literature Festival, amongst many other literature and publishing projects which we ran, including with PEN UK in Ukraine, with Hay Festival, with the British Centre for Literature Translation, so a huge focus of our work. This was an incredible contemporary Ukrainian opera called Chernobyldorf, which was presented and premiered in the UK at Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival, dealing with themes around decolonization, around climate change. It had been written before the war, but it could not have been more apt to be shown in 2022. This is showing some of the digital work we did. This was a project with The Place in London, which is a digital archive of contemporary dance from Ukraine. It is still live. The commitment is that it will be live until the war ends. So it's all about keeping heritage and contemporary practice alive, especially when artists and cultural organizations are working in incredibly difficult situations. We had a huge film program. This is a photo from a film screening in Belfast in November of 2022, but we also had programming in Edinburgh and around the country. And this is also in Northern Ireland. This is at Outburst Queer Arts Festival. This is one of a Ukrainian artists whose work was shown there in visual arts. And we were really keen to be very inclusive in our programming and to be, as I said, to be in all countries of the UK. And this is a piece called Crimea 5 AM, which was working with Dash Arts and shown at the Kiln Theatre in London. This was looking at the experience of Crimean Tatars and working particularly with verbatim female experience. And so was a collaborative piece that we presented late in the year. Cassandra, you've heard a huge amount about, but this was the tour in Oxford and in Cambridge. And finally, this was coming to the end of our season, we had the unique opportunity to collaborate with Eurovision. We never thought that would happen. But this was a very well-known face of Ukrainian culture, Jamala performing with the BBC Philharmonic. And we dovetailed into the Eurofest and both collaborated together. So that was just to give a sense. These are the numbers. I won't dwell too long, but I think the important thing is, as I said, 20 cities across the UK. And I think 76 partners, it was all about collaboration. That is the heart of any season and festival that we do. And an enormous amount of media attention. I think that was, something that we were very proud of in terms of the public interest in the season. I know I don't have too long, but I want to just go really quickly through to frame this in the British Council's broader experience of running festivals and seasons. We have our Director of Festivals and Seasons with us today, and Ian Thomas, who runs our arts evaluation, has done a lot of work about what have we learned in around a decade of doing seasons and festivals at the British Council. We do seasons for a number of reasons. It's incredibly nuanced, and we could spend an hour talking about just that. Usually looking at key events, either major expos, anniversaries of diplomatic relations, major cultural figures, and that we are always looking at them being delivered bilaterally, if possible, and certainly in partnership, as I said. This piece of research looked at 6 seasons running from around 2017 through to 2022 in Korea, in Georgia, in Japan, Australia, Pakistan, and India. And I think it is important to say when we're talking about culture and politics, sometimes we do really collaborate actively to look at reasons for doing festivals and seasons and trying to align. So, there's a couple of examples here around Japan and the Australia seasons coming out of Brexit and looking at opportunities to connect with other countries around the world and looking at the role of culture in connecting with trade and other cultural relations agendas. I can share these because I know I'm just skimming through these to make sure we get the chance to hear from everybody. But this is what we look at in terms of the framework for why we do seasons, in terms of scale, in terms of diversity of the UK, in terms of delivering alongside UK priorities in the countries we're working with, and providing really important opportunities for skills development, network development, and for the UK to understand what's happening in other countries around the world and to connect through these major seasons and platforms. And there's just some really interesting data about how the seasons have contributed. So this is some of the outcomes that we look at around professional networks, understanding of the cultural sector, intercultural fluency, new partnerships, new skills. And you can see there's been some work done across all of our seasons around where we've measured in terms of those metrics. Again, this is just about scale to sort of show that seasons do give a very, very valuable opportunity to do bigger work than we're usually able to do because we are putting a focus on one country. I won't dwell there, but I think this is probably more interesting. So 2 examples. So I was very involved with the season in Georgia, and this is obviously a smaller country and where we usually don't have a huge amount of resource. But because of the season, compared to our baseline, you can see the increase in terms of our reach was enormous because we were able to put a big focus on a certain frame of activity. And in India, this example is looking at recovery from the pandemic and how that increased our audience engagement through seasons. And again, this is digital. I just quickly pick up on the Japan example at the top and in the infographic. It really increased our digital engagement. So yes, we tweeted more, up 123%, but the engagement was 3-fold more, so over 300% more in all of that engagement in terms of digital engagement. So seasons do, it gives us a platform, but we also get the chance to have a huge amount more reach. I think I'll end on a couple of quick points. I think this is a really key thing for us. For every £1 of programme spend invested in seasons, we have seen a £7 return for the wider arts sector. So it is also about creating opportunities for more work for artists and arts organisations in both countries. And we've seen both examples of sort of network development, concrete work, and the ability to leverage more funding through seasons. And finally, I would end that to try and tie together, the UK-Ukraine season was an absolutely unique in terms of all of our seasons for obvious reasons. It was an absolute privilege to collaborate on it. And I think we have learned a lot as an organisation about a different frame to be delivering seasons in terms of an incredibly challenging political context. And I can see that the connections that have been formed through the season are only just beginning. They come from deep roots and they are going to extend more. Even just walking into the room this morning, speaking to about 3 or 4 different partners who are already developing future projects together. And I know Tatiana will be picking up on talking more about some of the nuance around the season, so I'll leave it there.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I was in Liverpool for Eurovision and it was marvellous to see that absolute Ukraine mania in the city, that everywhere the flag was there, and so Liverpool absolutely embracing it. And as Claire talked of, I think the sense of collaboration, and it was something a speaker said in the previous session, can it not be about us and them, that we're just showcasing our own, but the sense of what comes out of those collaborations. So, Tatiana, you've sort of hit the ground running on seasons and exchanges, but tell me about your experience.
Thank you. Well, one of the benefits of partnership with the British Council is that we can also share one presentation for 2. So I get to just kind of comment and reflect on what Claire has already presented. It was absolutely a great pleasure working with the British Council, and this collaboration started in 2019 when we just kind of created the idea of this year, or the season came up, and we are now in 2024 almost, so 5 years of partnership. I think one of the outcomes is actually learning how to work with each other on a very practical and close manner. But for Ukrainian Institute, as a relatively new cultural organization, it was a difficult choice to decide to work on such a great scale as the British Council used to work in for decades, because it's not a secret that such a great big program requires lots of resources, funding, people, actually partners, and we didn't have that much when the Ukrainian Institute was established 5 years ago. So we had a very big discussion inside our team on how we strategically build our partnerships, and we decided that we need to work on more intimate scale, because that's how we can. Well, that's what we have resources for, one. And then second is that we will be able to sustain this partnership, because it's not only about, created a lot of buzz and then leave it with no care. You have to foster this relationship. You have to continue working with it. And but frankly, life didn't give us a lot of choice, because when the Institute was just kicking off in late 2018, the year of collaboration between Ukraine and Austria was announced. And we were appointed a responsible body for fulfilling this project. So we didn't even have time to prepare, but we already had to deliver this large-scale project. And what saved us back then, and which helps us now with UK-Ukraine, is partnership with a similar organization. So in Austria, we partnered with the Austrian Cultural Forum, and we were developing the program together and delivering the program together. So we decided that if we do this, we only work on bilateral aspects. So it's not one way. Actually, for us, cultural collaboration, intercultural relationship is always about dialogue, is always about two ways. It's never one way. So Austria-Ukraine Year of Culture was our first experience, and I don't know if you can we show the video, please? And we learned a lot from this experience that also helped us in the UK-Ukraine season, because we understood that for a country as Ukraine, which has been a blind spot for the world always, it's actually a chance to quickly dive deep and quickly deliver a lot of information and share a lot that we have to share. Having one writer in a literary festival gives, visibility for one name. And if we have 40 events all over the UK, people learn much more about culture. I've counted that today, only on this stage, we named a few dozen of Ukrainian writers and artists. And I think it's amazing, because many people here and online probably had the chance for the first time to hear as many Ukrainian names, and that they would never be able to learn otherwise in such a short time. So I think for a culture like Ukraine, these large-scale events have this benefit of kind of quickly opening the doors wide, and then people can pick up from there. And then we have other tools like, for example, the platform that Marina has announced before inside UA that gives like a lasting open door to discover more and to find out more. Both experiences in Austria and in the UK taught us that bringing partners together is the most important thing. So it's about finding proper partners in the two countries and giving them the resource to establish and continue then their partnership. And it's also an opportunity to commission and produce new works that can be then scaled. For example, as this project, can we play, please? Claire already mentioned it as part of the, yeah, thanks. We were able to produce a big scale work that can be scaled and repeated and adopted in different contexts and in different countries. And for example, this multimedia installation was produced for a year in Austria, in Vienna, and this is the premiere of this piece, but then it was shown in many other countries, and it became also part of the season. And I think it's also a remarkable way to show this work and to bridge actually different contexts, because in this particular case, we could talk also about connection with Ukraine and Austria in the UK and in other countries. So yeah, we definitely know about the challenges of such a great scale, but we also find the benefits quite interesting for us. And we don't have a particular decision on how often we want to have such a big scale of programs in Ukrainian Institute, but we'll definitely hope to have such a reliable and wonderful partners.
And in choosing your partners, where there's someone with relatively more experience, do you still feel that you have as much influence as you would like in the decision making? So, what makes a good partnership?
Well, a good partnership definitely is about hearing each other and understanding the strengths of each other. And for us, it's crucial that we can express, our position, and we can share our expertise on the level that gives the benefit for the program, for the eventual program. And I think it was the case with the British Council. Of course, we understand that we cannot be compared to the British Council in the scale of resources and expertise and the amount of work done in this area. So we were listening carefully about your experience, what would work best, what instruments should be used, how to program, how to implement. But where we had the expertise, we were making sure our point was also received.
Good to hear it. And Katerina, the Goethe Institute was founded on this need for unity, but you're also interested in sort of values, shared values as well as the art itself. Could you explain a little bit about how the Goethe Institute works?
Thank you very much. I prepared a little paper because I'm very bad with time. So when I have a paper, I'm a little better with this. So thank you so much. I would like to make the case for multilateralism and building platforms rather than bilateralism and showcasing, just because I think this is something, especially in times like this, we might even get a more sustainable effect. So it's a little controversial opinion. Yes, well, I think we all agree that cultural diplomacy, given that we all have the same definition, is more important than ever in times like where crises come after crisis and no end is to be seen. And especially in times like these, I think it is very important to do this in a multilateral way. The Goethe Institute is the cultural center of Germany, an independent association and mainly funded by the German Foreign Office, with whom we have a master agreement. We have 158 institutes in 98 countries, and we have a claim and a mission statement that actually, shows our values, like communicating with the world for diversity, for understanding, and for trust. We do this with, we are the Cultural Institute of the of Germany with the Foreign Office. Together we promote cultural exchange, educational and social discourses, and in an international context, and support the teaching and learning of the German language. But we, as I said, we have especially a focus on, together with partners, on global opportunities and addressing opportunities and challenges, bringing different perspectives into the dialogue and that are based on trust. And in the end, I think the principle is that we want transparency, diversity, and sustainability. Big bilateral seasons, as we just heard, it was an amazing season. Some of them I could enjoy as well, like the one we just heard. And we, as the Goethe Institute, together with the Foreign Office, also do these so-called Deutschlandjahre seasons, German years, so to say, German season in various countries. The last ones we did in the US and in Brazil and India also, and Russia. that are funded normally by 50% by the Foreign Office and 50% by the Goethe Institute. They seem to be, in my point of view, less sustainable than building platforms on a more constant basis, like being there in the country and doing things together, collaborating or co-producing, supporting multilingualism rather than only one language, etc. Multilateral relations in cultural diplomacy offer a much more comprehensive and effective approach compared to bilateral relations for several reasons. And here, it's not my definition, it's the definition of ChatGPT. They offer a more diverse perspective and collaboration, have a broader reach and impact, can mitigate conflict and contribute to peace building. They create synergies and effect resource sharing. And multilateral relations offer greater adaptability and flexibility in navigating complex geopolitical landscapes. In essence, multilateral relations foster a more inclusive, dynamic, and comprehensive approach. By embracing the diversity of cultures and engaging multiple stakeholders simultaneously, it creates a robust framework for promoting mutual understanding, cooperation, and long-lasting relationships. So, if your organization already has a vast network like the Goethe Institute does, or the British Council, you should definitely make use of it, I think. And if you don't have it, use the ones of your partners, like you are doing that. I would argue that even though our bilateral projects between UK and Germany are numerous, our multilateral platforms we construct by using our and our partners' networks are the more visible, wider, and sustainable ones. I quickly want to show you some examples of projects we are currently working on. So Cultural Bridge is a very nice project we are doing together with the British Council, with the Arts Councils here in UK, and with a German organization called Soziokulturfonds. And we bring together like German and British organizations doing co-productions together, which is a very fantastic project. Now, several other countries approached us to join this, and I would say, yes, this is exactly what we should do. We should make it a multi-cultural, multi-national cultural bridge, and I think it will be even more successful then. Then we have a project that's called Lives of Objects. It deals with the question on restitution, looking at the possibilities of finding new ways of understanding between the global south and the global north by addressing their difficult histories. The objects play the role of mediators. So various Goethe institutes and their partners from Africa and Europe are involved. One aim is to make aware that dealing with the colonial history is something we should look at and deal with together and not nationwide, nation by nation. I think that makes much more sense. Gimagine is a project funded by the Ministry of Education here in the UK in collaboration with the British Council and UCL. You see, we are very close, have close links with the British Council. It is part of a wider project to promote foreign languages in English schools, which I think, unfortunately, is very important. The youth mobility programs with the football camps, for instance, gather not only young people from the UK in Germany, but also from other European countries. So that's not only a possibility to exchange bilaterally. And Exchange to Change addresses mainly teenagers that have various national backgrounds. So we all live in countries and cities where we have multicultural people. So this is also something we want to promote. And quantum computing, new technologies, as you just mentioned already, is a new technology that promises a new world, one could say. And it is, like with AI, important to look at the possibilities, but also at the challenges and also at the dangers. And so we want to bring together various artists to look at this, who deal or who work with actually quantum computing, to see in which way creation but also understanding can be enhanced with these new technologies. The last slide I want to show is a screenshot of the webpage of the House of Europe in Ukraine. And it is, I think, a very nice example for a platform that is funded by the EU and operated by the Goethe Institute. And although you cannot see the Goethe Institute, it is not visible on the surface, the platform provides a perfect chance for us not only to deliver the services, but also to create a hub for exchange. And I understand that also this conference was supported by the House of Europe. So engaging in a dialogue between cultures like we are able to do this with these projects, rather than solely showcasing one's own culture, holds immense significance in fostering mutual and understanding, respect, and also harmony. In essence, a dialogue between culture is essential for fostering a world where diversity is celebrated and understanding is cultivated, a cooperation is encouraged. It promotes a coexistence where individuals and societies learn from each other and with each other about each other's differences. And I therefore think that we should do this together, like in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And it is interesting, the argument that perhaps as the world becomes more complex, we need more multilateral approach. And I particularly noted your slide on languages, and I hope that you saw the British Council report, which is in the media today, on the decline in languages spoken in the UK, and what a loss that is actually to culture. I spent the weekend with an Italian just talking about the words, how words and phrases translate, and sometimes that there's a very beautiful version in another language. So and also a slight worry about the perhaps because language becoming more business focused and managerial. He was particularly upset about the word teams that was used all the time in Italian rather than their own version. But so if we can come now lastly to Song-Hae, and as we said earlier, we've just seen cultural diplomacy in action. We all know about K-pop. Tell me about what it's meant for your country. There they are, hooray!
I am very happy to speak this K-pop diplomacy today. It just happened 12 days ago, less than 2 weeks. And I am the director of Korean Culture Center, and also I am a minister counselor of Embassy of the Republic of Korea. So I'm in charge of cultural program and press center and during the state visit. It is, I think today's talk is more case study, and there's a Blackpink. And this year is, as you might know, this year is 140th anniversary of diplomatic ties of Korea and UK. So we have many programs, and Korea season, like kind of other countries, Korea season from whole year, including Edinburgh International Festival, Korea Film Festival, Dance Festival, some orchestras and just a concert. But the final and peak event is a state visit. So our president and visit in UK. But it is actually the state visit happens every year in many countries. But the most expressive, the most important event is, this is a state visit. It is our state visit is the first state visit. His Majesty King III and was just became the king. So our state visit is the third time every 10 years. So it is, I want to just focus on Blackpink, actually. And then just in cultural diplomacy, every country tried to make great efforts promote their own country's culture. But at this time, it is quite opposite. And King has a strong interest in two things. The first thing is climate change and sustainability. And the second, and it is my opinion, he loves music. So there are many kind of art areas. And the Blackpink is really great, one of the K-pop star in Korea. But in K-pop stars, there are BTS and just Blackpink, there are many groups. But especially Blackpink start working with the embassy of UK in Korea, and just to promote a kind of the campaign of climate change. So actually, how does Blackpink collaborate with the embassy of UK in Korea is make the YouTube together, and then make the YouTube and upload. And all Blackpink fandom in the world, really it is a very strong fandom of Blackpink. And Blackpink fandom loves Blackpink's campaign of climate change. And they share the YouTube, and they click the YouTube, and they share the YouTube of an embassy of UK in Korea. Actually, and there are kind of their activity, and it was quite successful. So it is a state visit, and actually the UK side first and propose, and King want to ambassador the Blackpink during the state visit. So actually, in my previous experiences during the state visit, Korea side, Embassy of Korea or Korea Culture Center organized Korea culture event. But in this case, it is quite opposite. And UK just a royal and just a team first just to propose investor event, and they invite our president and first lady to the event. But actually, it was quite a top secret until 22nd November, because it was the most difficult point is we keep secret until 21st November. But Blackpink appears the state banquet. And then just everybody was quite surprised because why Blackpink? And there's 4 members and joined the kind of state banquet. And then and the king gave a really great speech about the K-pop and K-pop, including the K-pop. And the next day, 22nd November, and it was investor was announced to public. So I think it is at this moment. I think it is really something very special moment and case of cultural diplomacy, because it is very mutual, the mutual interest, mutual understanding, but the theme is multilateral, climate change. It is a very theme is, it is global, international theme. And just it is my first time to give a kind of talk about Blackpink investor with my words. But before that, in King's speech, he said K-pop diplomacy. It is not my words. So we are very happy and we are very impressed. His great words, K-pop diplomacy. So just I am very happy to share this great moment with you. But it is still I need time to interpret, how interpretation of this event, how we can make the further next step. So I am quite happy about this moment. There's a lot of BBC, independent, many news medias and report Blackpink. But actually now just we are and I was in charge of the press center, so I make the chart. How many news articles and reports reported about our state visit. and definitely Blackpink article is the most top. Yeah, so it was quite successful in many meanings. And yes, you kindly mentioned Blackpink, but there is no concert. But in the Buckingham Palace, and the kind of cold stream God band, and just played and yeah. Yeah. So it is really very special and really very touching. Yeah. And in addition, why I have a very kind of, it is one of my most important day in my life, is because it is girl group. In the past K-pop history, it is all boy groups and had a great fandom, and kind of teenagers consume Korean culture. But at this time, it is quite opposite. Girl groups are there, but the Blackpink means very strong and independent and woman. Yeah, so they just express their own voice, and then their own voice includes climate change and a kind of some sustainability of our planet. So I am very happy to share this wonderful case as one of the great cultural diplomacy. And then today, I also just invite two of my kind of artists from Korea, because I want to mention what is our next step is, and we are going to open a special exhibition and pop-up exhibition on Wednesday. And so our next step is and just conclude this 140 anniversary of diplomatic ties in Korea and UK with this great state visit. And then we try to open our new step with art with technology. Like I am quite impressed by a quantum, studio quantum. But just Korean people, I want to focus on the artificial intelligence. So just two artists, Shin Seung-baek, Kim Yong-un from Korea, and join today's symposium. And then they are going to show their AI flower and art piece at our Korean Culture Center from this Wednesday. And so this kind of showcase exhibition continues the end of February. Because this year, I can say Korean diplomacy is K-pop diplomacy. I might say next year's our diplomacy is artificial intelligence diplomacy. And it is good, really good. We might invite next hour the third next speaker with a ChatGPT together.
Next time.
And then ask ChatGPT questions. And then we have to ask and just discuss together it is really perfect. Some answer was there. So yesterday I think how I can say different from ChatGPT because ChatGPT's answer is too perfect but too cold. So actually I asked yesterday from my brainstorming about K-pop and Blackpink, I asked ChatGPT, do you have emotion? Yeah. And the ChatGPT says, I don't have emotion but I have a lot of information for me. So but I asked ChatGPT, you have to understand emotion, humans' emotion. And ChatGPT answered, it is quite difficult to understand human beings' emotion. It is such a variety, and everybody has different emotion because of the different background. So I think my conclusion is our cultural diplomacy cannot be concluded with one words because our culture is dependent on, in many cases, an emotional event, emotional communications. So I think cultural diplomacy with artificial intelligence opened the new era of our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm glad there's a bit of a future for humanity and diplomacy, if nothing else. that was such a brilliant illustration, wasn't it, of what diplomacy can do. Whoever thought this up, I don't know if it was you, it was really clever, you know, because everyone remembers the visit, huge goodwill, and absolutely raised awareness of arts, and with a legacy that continues, and very, very sort of good use of, I mean, it's something that the King is obviously really, really good at, the sort of subtleties of this, of understanding that what can lie outside politics, and for it to go from K-pop, but that links you also to female empowerment and to climate change. You know, this is someone who can wear the Greek colours on his tie and say nothing. I think we can all learn from that visit. So thank you very much indeed, all of you. Ex-BBC, so I'm very, very strict on timing. So I think we've only got probably time for a couple of questions in the next 5 minutes. But who would like to ask? Just a question here in the middle. I think we've got a microphone coming. And do you mind saying who you are and if you represent someone?
Hi, Andrew Sharples. I'm a communications consultant working with Ukraine civil society to engage with countries around the world. Fascinating presentation from all of you. Thank you so much. Particularly interesting to see how the popular culture ideas resonate so well. Eurovision, obviously, the K-pop diplomacy. And interesting to know whether there are any ideas or plans for Ukraine to engage with this sort of, you know, popular culture rather than sort of, you know, the more, looking for another word that's not highbrow, but yeah, popular culture. I think it would be interesting to hear how that works.
It's not the first time I hear a similar question. Well, I wouldn't say that we don't engage with popular culture. We do. And Jamala's concert in Liverpool were shown to a few dozen of thousand people. And I think it is an example of popular. We do, as well as, for example, the mosaics. Yes, this projection of mosaics was seen by thousands of people in London and in Liverpool and in other countries. But we think that for us at this stage, being little known, still little known, more so more people get interest in discovering Ukraine, but there is still lack of understanding and knowledge. So we think that our first goal is to deliver this information, to satisfy this request, this need to learn, to find out more. And you can do much more by more, let's say, intellectual projects. That's why we engage so much with academic work and with translation, for example. And we invest in producing translators who can translate Lesa Ukrainka so that Joey Akubeze can stage his next play based on a new for him play by Lesa Ukrainka. So, you know, so we see this impact of our work coming in years. Not immediately with thousands of people, I don't know, learning a Ukrainian song, which is also good. And I mean, we have seen this example just coming up from the ground, from the roots in the past 2 years, or thanks to the collaborations with different foreign artists who were so inspired that they wanted to play with, I don't know, Andriy Khlivnyuk, for example, or other Ukrainian artists. So we try to keep balance, but we understand that we have missed so much homework, so that we need to invest in kind of hard stuff, in producing the platform, the foundation for proper knowledge, so that this acquaintance with Ukraine does not stop with knowing just a few names, a few titles, but it goes deeper in knowing more of our history and our culture, and learning dozens of Ukrainian names, not just one.
Well, that's a brilliant challenge for everyone, I think, that we need to learn more and go deeper. So it's 1 o'clock, so I'm going to let you all go and get some lunch and continue your networks. But thank you very much indeed for this really fascinating discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
have two more very interesting sessions to go, one on cultural diplomacy around the world and the other one on artificial intelligence and cultural relations. I would like to mention one thing. You probably have noticed that there's more conversation now with the countries of the Global South, and noticeably it has become a major direction in the activities of Ukrainian Institute, which is now engaging with many countries, and it's also expanding its institutional capacities in this field. And before I introduce the speakers and the moderator of the next panel, I would like to give the floor to Alim Aliyev, Deputy Director General of Ukrainian Institute, whose mandate is directly related to that, expanding our conversation with the Global South countries. Alim, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, dear friends. Since gaining independence, Ukraine has primarily focused in diplomatic efforts on countries in closer geographic proximity, with limited engagement of the countries of Latin America, Africa, South Africa, etc., etc., etc. However, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia has underscored the geopolitical significance of these regions, as Russia's deep influence in the majority world has posed a considerable challenge to mobilizing global support against this aggression. In response to these dynamics, the newly established department of the Ukraine Institute on Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, South Asia is dedicated to strengthen connections between Ukraine and these particular countries. And the department aims to facilitate closer dialogue through the cultural cooperation and representation. We have a few our goals. It's first, introduce Ukraine to Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia through cultural diplomacy, establish a long-term partnership in the field of culture, academia, and civil society. It's a facilitate closer dialogue through cultural cooperation. Our geography, for today, it's 8 countries. In Sub-Saharan Africa, it's Kenya, Nigeria, and Africa, and South Africa. And in Latin America, it's Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. And in South Asia, it's India and Indonesia. Our approach is, first of all, research, of course. The research will provide a deeper understanding of the countries and insights into the most effective approaches to ensure a seamless entry into these dynamic regions. Second, it's study visits. By immersing ourselves in local creative hubs, we gain a profound understanding that aids in building meaningful dialogues between Ukraine and other countries. These visits also pave the way for partnership instrumental in launching a flagship project. Third, it's local partners. We prioritize collaboration with the local partners, forming solid alliance based on the people-to-people connection. Cultural events, festivals, conferences, it's also by actively participating and with the key events, we celebrate diversity and amplify Ukraine artists' presence on a global stage. A university and university collaborations, academic collaborations, is vital in finding the similarities between the nations that can blossom into future partnerships. Fostering a cross-cultural exchange that goes beyond boundaries. And last but not least, it's informational campaigns, of course. Through the compelling content and impactful storytelling, we aim to draw the attention to the Ukraine culture, to the Ukraine history, etc., etc., etc. And now we have a few ongoing projects. Right now, it's International Book Fair in Guadalajara, Mexico. The theme of Ukraine has been present from the first moments of the International Book Fair in Guadalajara, which runs these days here. And the festival hosted as an evening in memory of Victoria Melina, with the participation of Ukrainian writers also. And the second project is a Boris Balinsky Symposium in Johannesburg in South Africa in April 2024, as the name of the Ukrainian scientist Boris Balinsky unites Ukraine and South Africa. The symposium is to be considered as a platform of academic exchange there. Today is the time for us to reclaim our names and have our voice in this world through the cultural diplomacy. And I hope that our approach and our connection with another countries from the different part of the world will bring fruitful results. Thank you.
So our next panel will highlight the importance of these connections, and it is with great pleasure that I invite on stage Katerina Botanova, who is a cultural critic, curator, and an expert on Ukraine's visual arts, contemporary arts scene. She's based in Basel, Switzerland, and she will guide us through the conversation with Sifindil Hlongwa, who works as a senior administrator and curator for the Time of the Writer Festival and Poetry Africa Festival. Also, Adam Jaime Muniz, who is a Brazilian diplomat with over 17 years of dedicated service to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, focusing mainly on cultural diplomacy. And through the online connection, we will also have Mridula Ghosh, who is the board chair of the Kyiv-based East European Development Institute, and she also a faculty member of the Department of International Relations of the National University of Kyiv Mohyla Academy. So the moderator and speakers, please welcome on stage.
I think it would be great if we can get our third speaker on a screen, probably. Yes, wonderful. So all of us ready. It's a big honor for me to moderate this panel. I'm honestly very happy as a Ukrainian curator and writer that Ukrainian Institute assumed this new role of trying to build a dialogue with the parts of the world that has been, let's say, out of focus of majority of Ukrainian activities, and which is especially important in the times like now. But also, I think it's very important, for me personally, because the other part of my professional personality, and I guess why I'm also here today, is because the festival that I'm running in Basel, which is called Culturescapes, is working with the cultural landscapes of South America and Africa extensively. So today, we will try to address the different issues and challenges that we might be facing, that people from very different, in a way distant part of the world, but maybe we will try to find also things that connect us and help us to build certain solidarity bridges. So before starting the discussion on cultural diplomacy, I'll allow myself a little longer introduction of the speakers, because I think it's important for today's discussion also to understand the background of the three panelists we have today. And I will start with the person on my right, even though on the screen. Yeah, Mridula Ghosh is based in Kiev. She's a faculty member of the National University of Kiev Mahila Academy in Kiev and the board chair of East European Development Institute. She was born in Kolkata, India, and has a background in political science and international relations. With a work experience in the UN, alternative international media and NGOs, she has implemented many projects of cross-cultural dialogue. She writes in the Indian media regularly, highlighting the current issues in Ukraine. And through her literary writing and cultural projects, she promotes both Ukraine and her country of origin, India. Next to the right is Sifindile Hongwa. She obtained a Bachelor of Technology degree in Business Administration and holds a diploma in drama studies obtained from the Durban University of Technology. She joined the Center for Creative Arts in 2011 after working the Sivela Sonke Dance Theatre Company and the IGA Artist Production as a performing artist and art administrator. So since then, she's a curator of the Center for Creative Arts of University of KwaZulu Natal, and the curator of the Time of the Writer Festival and Poetry Africa Festival. Yes. And last but not the least, Adam Jaime Muniz, who is, before assuming his current position as the head of public diplomacy at the Embassy of Brazil in London, served as a head of the Division for Culture Promotion at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brasilia. He also held key roles previously in the Ministry of Culture and the Brazilian Film Agency. And as a diplomat, his international assignments include Deputy Head of Mission in Nairobi, Desk Officer for Culture at the Brazilian Mission to UNESCO, and the Cultural Attaché in Beirut. I think we couldn't have a better panel with such a diverse experiences and knowledge for the discussion about the cultural diplomacy around the world. And what I want to do in the very beginning is actually start with a little bit thinking and inquiring into the notion of cultural diplomacy. You know, it's been around since the beginning of the day in different panels in the opening. But what interests me is that the notion of cultural diplomacy, although still quite actively used, has also been quite debated, right? And in particular, UNIC, the network of European Cultural Institute, which is a partner of this event, and where a lot of other partners of this event are members, and Ukrainian Institute is an associate member, since quite several years try to push for a different usage of words. Instead of cultural diplomacy, to start talking about cultural relations. And the point is not to be picky with the language, although I do believe that language is important because language often defines the way we think about things. But it's more of an attitude of, instead of using diplomacy as a tool for promotion one's interest, right? And today we had a beautiful quote from Basma Husseini that diplomacy is about me and the other. And we want to talk about the space for us. And the cultural relationship is an attempt, or could be an attempt, of building more inclusive, two-way or multiple-way dialogue, of learning between the different interlocutors with also certain understanding that maybe we don't know enough about each other, and we want to try to build more knowledge and more inclusive knowledge. So my question to all of you, coming from your experience and your various backgrounds, do you think cultural diplomacy is still a notion to be used today? And if yes, or if not, how can we approach such an important and burning issue, I would say, as a cultural dialogue between very different parts of this world? Whoever would want to start?
Who starts?
Maybe we can offer Mridula a start to be, as Olesa Khromichuk said earlier today, more inclusive, because I know it's very challenging to be on the screen. I've been on the screen several times in the panel discussion. Mridula, please. We need a sound.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everybody. To start with, I would like to thank for giving me the word. And I would start from my experience right now as a teacher of diplomacy. I go from the textbook knowledge. You know, we talk about cultural diplomacy in the context of public diplomacy and other things. But sitting in Ukraine, I can never forget that there is a very special case for which we've got together today. There are times of peace and times of urgent necessity. I would a little bit divide, because if we talk about the times of peace, when we usually go with the flow of cultural diplomacy, it would be probably better to call it cultural relations, as the EU NIC is proposing, definitely, because it's a two-way thing, and culture going two-way is a better thing than a one-way imposing or a one-way promotion. That is always done by the corporate sector, by the other places. The case of Ukraine is very different. Therefore, today, when we have the world is interconnected because of the digital diplomacy and other aspects, but whatever we do, we still do not have a lot of interconnections, and many countries of the global south are not aware of what is happening in Ukraine and even in many places in Europe. So especially in east of Europe. So I think from that part, at least diplomacy has a bigger role to play, because we have to understand that there is a kind of a vital, it is like a vital thread. History is running through a vital, it is a vital thread that is behind us. And Ukraine was not the topic of cultural diplomacy in many parts of the world. And it has to somehow make up for the loss, because to know Ukraine as it should be known, not from the Soviet perspective or from the Russian perspective, this is very important for the countries of the South. And therefore, in wartime, we think if we are trying to think of reclaiming the space, or there is a cultural identity which has to be defined, there is also a very strong decolonizing element to it. So going by all these three, there definitely is a need for a kind of a guiding principle, or some set of values. Like, even if I understand that cultural relations should be built on the principle of freedom of expression, definitely that goes without saying. But nevertheless, cultural diplomacy is extremely important for Ukraine, and I would stop at that.
Then probably
good afternoon, colleagues. I'm actually going to draw from my experience of festivals, how that platform had actually created a space, a safe space, an uncensored space for artists to engage, to have their views and opinions, to share them without feeling that they will be excluded in certain conversational spaces, but it's an inclusive space that is created for artists to actually engage and create a better understanding for each other. And also we believe greatly on the freedom of speech as also the freedom of creativity that our festivals are actually embracing. And we've been hosting quite a lot of Ukrainian writers and poets. The mention of Victoria Amelina got me thinking, because she once participated in the Time of the Writer Festival. Unfortunately, it had to be digital because of the war. I'm actually taken back of the conversation we had backstage, how that the festival actually gave us an opportunity for us as people outside of Ukraine to experience the war itself, because we're in a panel discussion with one of the writers from Ukraine earlier this year. And they were actually, it was in the middle of a war. And every time there was a disturbance, it's like, please forgive me, there's just been a bombing, so there's a lot. And we were like feeling it. I think that was the, not say beauty, but we're actually experiencing what Ukraine is experiencing, but we were in South Africa through the platform that was created, which is the festival. So I think it plays a vital role in cultural diplomacy. Yeah.
Thank you, Sefindul. Adam, you are the professional cultural diplomat. Now, tell us.
Well, at the outset, I'd like to thank the Ukrainian Institute for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'd like to commend the Institute for this new strategy and outreach to other regions. I was very pleased to see Brazil in the map. And also like to commend for this event. I'm very happy to be in a panel with women. I think the future is female, and I think you don't need to be a woman to uphold the rights of women, and I consider myself a feminist. And it's important to see the beautiful things that many women have been constructing all over the world in terms of bridging gaps between countries. But coming through culture, but coming to the issue of this panel, well, I think cultural diplomacy is a very key terminology for certain specific cases, and should not be and when UNIC promotes the idea of cultural relations, we need to understand that they're separate things. Perhaps I'll share what we understand as cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy is part of public diplomacy in the logic of, it works in the logic of public diplomacy that uses tools, art and culture as tools to strengthen the relations between the country of origin and the host country, to strengthen relations that go beyond governmental relations, between the classic idea of diplomacy, the relations between two states, that goes beyond that notion and goes for an outreach to the relations of the local society. So how we use art and culture to strengthen the relations, in our case, from Brazil we're in Britain, with the British society. And in that way, to shape public opinion and adjust the perception of the image of the country of origin in the host country. So there is always an element when you're talking about cultural diplomacy, because diplomacy is something that is state-oriented. So there's always a dimension of a state policy. So it's a tool, is a foreign policy tool. It responds to foreign policy objectives. I understand when the Ukrainian Institute goes for a larger outreach in the globe, it responds to a foreign policy objective. So cultural diplomacy necessarily respond to foreign policy objectives. I'll very quickly, in a nutshell, I'd like to just shed light on how we structure in Brazil our cultural diplomacy strategy. We do it in, say, in a threefold strategy. Or dimensions, the dimensions of culture. First, the symbolic dimension. So working through cultural diplomacy is strengthening the symbolic dimension, meaning that human capacity of expressing itself through symbols, practices, values, beliefs, and all that translated into creativity, into our languages. And then you have the second dimension, which is economic dimension, and that relates to the capacity of culture to generate income, to promote trade exchanges, and then you have all the incentives for the creation, production, distribution, and access for culture, and how this turns into cultural export, and how you promote bilateral trade relations in the cultural sphere. And the third dimension that I could translate to cultural citizenship, that has to do with the idea that culture conveys values, and in our constitution, culture is part of, it's mandated to the state as an obligation. The state is obliged to provide access to culture for the Brazilian population, and that means also Brazilians outside Brazil. So in that third dimension of culture, of Brazilian cultural diplomacy, has to do with how we reinforce the relations of our Brazilian communities outside Brazil. So this, in a nutshell, would be our strategy and how we see cultural diplomacy.
Thank you, Adam. I would try to now bridge a few things that I've heard from you, because I think we're entering in an interesting part of a more practical discussion, because when we talk in general about cultural diplomacy and cultural relationship, when you're coming from Brazil to the UK and you're trying to build a certain context, that's one kind of a story, because there are either no or maybe a few obstacles in perception. But how do we deal if there are a lot of obstacles in perception? And when we talk about relationship between Ukraine and countries outside of Europe and North America, there are a lot, unfortunately, but that's the reality we're dealing with, right? And that's one of the reasons we're talking today. And, Ridula mentioned one of them, this obstacle in perception, because a lot of what is seen of Ukraine today in the countries outside of Europe and North America is the legacy of the Soviet Union, which is being perceived as a Russian legacy. But that's only one part. There are many others. There are also a contradiction with Global West and the contradiction with the US. So we're in a situation when we're not trying to build a cultural relationship or a strategy for cultural diplomacy in times of threat in a neutral field, but in quite a complex field. Out of your practical knowledge and your observations of the situation and perception of Ukraine in either your countries or the countries that you're deeply connected to, how would you see and advise to make first steps into this challenge? Maybe I would ask Sifindil to start, because you are like the most practitioner out of all the panelists, from your experience of working in the field and how you were working also with Ukrainian poets with the festival. How does it work?
I think mostly being in South Africa, we are struggling economically. So having to put in a festival, it relies on many stakeholders taking part in the festival, forming relationships. And most of the time, the partnerships that we are looking forward to actually have doesn't really need money per se, but as much as it does to put on a festival. But I think it just needs for us to evaluate our resources and see how can we leverage out of them. What do you have that we can use to actually make the festival work? I think for 2017, we've been hosting writers, or we're hosting poets towards the end of the year for the Poetry Africa Festival. And for me, it has been pre-COVID time. It has been so great because there's been a support from the Ukrainian Institute of South Africa, where they were facilitating all the flights to get the guests in, and on our end, we're just taking care of accommodation, per diems, and on payments that we had to do to actually for the Ukrainian artists to participate. But when it came to COVID, now it was a thing of how do we deal with this? But I think also being not technical, like there is a lot of platforms that can be used to actually present the work that we are doing. But the challenge then came, especially now with the war in Ukraine, that we are unable to actually host, even online, a poet or a writer or any artist from Ukraine, because sometimes they're in the midst of the war and they don't have the technology to actually connect with us. And now we ended up moving to finding a writer or an artist out of Ukraine to actually represent Ukraine. So it has been really challenging in a way to actually get into, engaging not the Ukrainians in the diaspora, but we're actually looking for Ukrainian who are based in Ukraine, the artists that are based in the country who be given this opportunity to actually engage with us. So it has been challenging in a way in terms of connecting with due to the war itself and also COVID, the pandemic itself. It's been a real challenge. Like I said, as much as we want to say it's funding, it has nothing to do with that. We do get funding, we do get support for that, but it's connecting with artists based in Ukraine. That has been a real challenge. I must say that it has been a breeze, even if it means we have to get the work translated. There has been so much support in getting the work translated so that it's easily presentable to our South African audiences. So I wouldn't say there hasn't been much of a challenge.
Talking about the South African audiences, how is the perception? How does your audiences, hear and relate to the experiences of the war in such a faraway land?
It has been, like I said earlier, during the Human Rights Festival, we were on our toes during that session, because you're sitting there, you want to listen to the work of an artist, but then there's an outside source that is disturbing itself. So for us, it was an experience never to be forgotten, for us to actually engage with an artist, but at the very same time, we could see and feel the fear in whatever she was communicating to us. And we connected deeply with that session, more than any other sessions that we've had with any Ukrainian artist being live in Durban, but now being online in the midst of the war. It's like there's that touch and feel of the war that it's like this is the most inhuman thing that one could experience in their own country, being invaded into. And also being in South Africa not in, because of the BRICS coalition, we are not, the country is not for Ukraine, but because of BRICS, we more on the Russian side in a way. But for us, we cannot cut off the relationship. The relationship has been there with Ukraine for so many years, and we believe that each and everyone deserves a platform to speak and share their view. And we are not about to cut off that relationship in terms of the festivals and the exchanges we are having with Ukrainian artists.
Thank you, Sifindel. I would want to turn now the question to Mridula. You also have, among many things that you do, a lot of very practical experience of communicating what's happening in Ukraine, before the full scale, but also, after the full scale invasion, to the various Indian audiences. How do you do it? What do you choose as your main communication narratives, and how is it being perceived by your audiences there?
Thank you. My personal contribution after the war has largely been what I could do with my own hands. That is, I could write. That is what I've been doing, and I regularly publish my columns in a weekly magazine called The Week, which is quite a well-read magazine in English. I do it because English is one of the mediums that the whole of India reads. Unfortunately, I'm not able to write in all the languages. So I write in my mother tongue, Bengali, quite in other media, but also I write. So, and I speak to the media whenever necessary on the television. And it was daily when the war started, and I was evacuated to Lviv, and from there I was almost every day I was speaking to the television. That is one thing anyone can do. And of course, with today we have the video conferencing and video online participation. I do participate also on different events, roundtables. That is the minimum any individual can do from Ukraine, being even a foreigner. So, but my task has been, different before that, because what I was doing as an Indian living in Ukraine, I tried to build some kind of a better understanding, which was lost because of these years of, Ukraine was independent, and then there was not much being done between our countries. So I did instrumentalize culture, not as a diplomat, but somewhat close to that, because I felt that there was a necessity to transmit certain values. And of course, I looked at the topics and the themes that are uncontested, politically cannot be disputed. And of course, they're eternally relevant and associated with India. So what I chose for that is the Mahatma Gandhi, the legacy of not violence, the teachings and all the other things associated with this great person, as well as Rabindranath Tagore, the first non-European Nobel laureate. So those are the two things I could handle very well. Tagore I could because he wrote in my mother tongue, which was easy for me to handle. And so what I felt is the visual arts were easier to convey rather than, and performing arts also. So my task was to present an exhibition of paintings of Tagore, or also start debating about the necessity of nonviolence in peace, maintaining peace and conflict resolution. These were the things I've been doing among different groups in Ukraine. But now, today, the same thing I also did for promoting relations between countries through sports, through football, for example. And when the FIFA 2010 happened, we had a great celebration of that on the main streets on Krishnati, together with the South African ambassador and many other people. So those were the things. Also, fashion can be used, which is the fashion, I would say, the national costumes. That is something also very much appreciated. And they are not debatable, they are not challenged. So these are very easy, soft themes. Our harder task today is to build the relations in a way that understanding is promoted. And in that, we are starting a project called, Ukraine and South Asia, Open Dialogues, where we will be talking about, it will start within a week or so, and we will be talking about different topics, bringing in intellectuals from both sides, and we will discuss and identify the key issues we want to go deeper. And that would be, of course, in English again. We will not be able to translate in many languages. Now, this will sort of like open the road to better and deeper dialogues. What could be extended is that, with the help of the Ukrainian Institute, organizing, like they will be having a festival in India. So, and the momentum that will be generated, I believe many others can participate. But to start with, we need to, of course, pick up those uncontested themes. As we know, there is a very serious lobby in India, which is very much negating whatever is being said about Ukraine. So we must be careful of promoting something which will hold the ground. Thank you.
We've been very lucky to have Mridula as a speaker from Ukraine, being able to connect to the audiences throughout basically Indian subcontinent. In case of Brazil, I mean, I know that's not your job to build bridges between Ukraine and Brazil. Your job is to talk about Brazil, but knowing the overall situation and also knowing how this intercultural communication can work, how would you see the first steps in the context where, as far as I know, very little about Ukraine is known in Brazil?
Perhaps not as little as one may imagine. We'll come back to that. When we think about cultural diplomacy, it comes with the idea of dialogue. Of course, any unilateral attitude in the international arena doesn't need diplomacy. So diplomacy means dialogue. And for dialogue to occur, at least for a successful cultural diplomacy strategy, you need to find those points of contact between two cultures in order to foster that dialogue. So identifying, say, personalities, places, themes that can connect one culture to another. And I said I was going to go back to that. Brazil is the home of the third largest Ukrainian descendant community in the Americas, only after the US and Canada. It has the largest community of Ukrainian descendants in Latin America. I was talking to Adiev, only in the state of Paraná, in the south of Brazil, we have more than 500,000 Ukrainian descendants. And I once visited the south of Brazil, and I found this decoration, and they called Petrikivka. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sounds familiar.
So you see, there are points of contact, and I think about the number of stories that can be told about these migrants that from Ukraine that migrated to Brazil. The most translated Brazilian author was born in Ukraine, Clarice Lispector. So there are, and I'm sure that will happen in any other country, we'll find those points of contact, and to foster dialogue upon these points of contact. So this is what I say, that for a successful strategy, a cultural diplomat is not the one that will be a cultural producer, produce something, but to identify those points of contact and try to catalyze the relations in order for the actual cultural practitioners to build those relations and strengthen those relations.
I will have a follow-up question anyway, because I do understand and see the point of engaging diasporas, being kind of ambassadors and speakers for the cause, which is always important, and it's been done quite largely in Europe, for example. But if we think beyond that about the communication to the non-diasporic part of society, there are few things that we don't really have in common. I mean, that would be going too far, but certain experiences that would be understandable, because our societies, like all of us, right, the societies that we're connected to, had a traumatic history, right? We have a history of different forms, but still colonization, violence, often wars. Do you think that can be one of the entrance points? Sometimes it can be tricky going through trauma, but we have it. It's a part of a history, and it's part of a present also.
Yeah.
What would be, I would start with Adam in this case, so that you can continue. What would be your suggestion?
Well, I think there are many issues that can be brought to debate. When it comes from the Brazilian perspective, we are a multicultural society in which the population of African origin is still marginalized. We are in a society where indigenous population is still very much marginalized, and we try to make a lot of effort in order to include these their expressions as part of our national healing. And of course, it might not have been the case in the previous administration in Brazil, but it is much so now. And I believe these ideas of trying to heal and put try to overcome these past subjugations into new collaborative mechanisms can also bring together societies from different countries. So I believe this is a path to go through.
Sefinda, what is your opinion?
Yeah, I agree with my panel member here on this one. I think it's important for people to use such platforms to actually share their stories. We all come from a traumatic background, as you had said. We also, South Africa just came out of apartheid. And it depended on people outside of South Africa to actually advocate for South Africa, to actually push for us to actually end, for the government to end the apartheid. And there was quite a lot of artists who played a vital role in all of that. And I think given such a platform, this is a platform where we highlight all the great work that we are doing in our countries, and also to share and try to come up with solutions. We know when you come together, even there's something that you're not clear about, but when we come together and in a table, we engage, that's where you find your solution. And the best way to tell the story of Ukraine is through this platform where people just come in and share so that we get to know. It's all about knowing about each other's cultures and histories and how do we move forward. And platforms like festivals are created to as a social cohesion tool. So bringing two different communities in one space so there's greater understanding between each other. So I think this is a platform, it is a platform to be abused to actually share ourselves with each other.
Thank you. Midola, word to you.
To talk about these common issues, what comes to my mind is a little bit personal because of my being a Bengali speaker and coming from Bengal, which was also, which suffered from famine. So I believe that, of course, the famine incident took place during the British rule, and there are documentary evidences and why there were millions that were just, dead during the 1943, 44. Those were the latest ones. But before that, there were perennially famines that were administratively organized. So this was starving the population was one of the methods. And so this is an experience that has an impact on our generation, because I heard it from my grandparents and parents. So I believe that this is a topic of the Holodomor in Ukraine. It's a very serious topic that could be discussed among historians, among social scientists, and even there is a lot of literature written on the famine in India. So it will find a greater understanding. Another topic that I would like to also mention is the language that I speak, my mother tongue, Bengali, which was, of course, the attack, was a subject of attack, and there was this language movement which started, and it ended with the freedom of Bangladesh. So this is another thing that, especially the subcontinent will understand what it means for a language to be persecuted. This is important because Ukrainian language had suffered centuries of such persecution and isolation and domination. So these are the two topics that come to my mind when as soon as anyone asks me that what can be the points of understanding. I believe that if I could understand, I think many more could do the same.
Do have many more questions, but since we don't have much time, even though we started a bit later, I want to give an opportunity, to the audience to come up with your questions. Please, we have a mic, and we'll be very happy to take questions. Not yet, but I think you keep talking, and then they turn it on.
I think we can hear.
Hello, hello, hello.
You can start.
Yeah, but here for online translate. Yeah.
Is it audible now?
Yes.
Yes, great, yes. Wonderful. Yes, I'm Katharina from the Goethe Institute. Thank you for this very interesting panel. I was wondering, cultural diplomacy, you started what's the difference between cultural diplomacy and cultural relations, and then we got the very nice proper definition from, sorry, I forgot your name, from Brazil.
Adam.
Thank you. So I was wondering, your definition or your policy is like having culture as a kind of an instrument for economic relation, politics relation, and I wonder where does the cultural relation then happens, because instrumentalizing arts is something that is also very dangerous. I would say, coming from Germany, having a background, with Nazi propaganda, using culture as a propaganda measure. So where would you have the difference between, or where would you have the culture, the arts, having space for without being instrumentalized?
Thank you. It's a very important, very relevant question. And I would actually love that everybody brings an answer. But yeah, we'll start definitely with Adam.
I really have to thank you for this question, because this I had some bullet points, and I was trying to find a way to bring one of these bullet points to the debate, which is actually the danger into falling into propaganda. And definitely when I was back home in the foreign ministry, and we had to like give instructions to all our embassies and consulates and all our diplomatic network on cultural diplomacy, one of the things that we try to make clear is to for all our missions abroad, that the idea that of dialogue. So and for dialogue, it's a two-way. So it's not about showcasing Brazil, because the risk of falling into propaganda, and then it's counterproductive, because if you're trying to engage and strengthen the relations with the local society, if it's perceived as propaganda, the result will be the opposite. It will not strengthen, it will weaken the relationship with the local society. So any strategy that is instrumentalized to use the word, your wording, is very risky. But it's still, it's a tool for foreign policy. Our foreign policy is to engage with local societies. We have some messages that we want to engage with local societies. Brazil is a leading country in energy transition. We want to be perceived as a sustainable country, a country that promotes sustainable development. We want to be perceived as a country that upholds the rights of indigenous communities. So we've been so these are the kind of objectives, foreign policy objectives, that we use culture as a tool to promote them. So, for example, we've done exhibitions for indigenous artists here in London. We'll have a number of examples. And then how do you make say the red lines not to get this instrumentalization? First, to count on professionals from the artistic, the cultural realm as a whole. It's risky that a state official, a diplomat, is entitled to say what is culture and what is not. It's not for a state representative to do that. It's for the art community to do so. So engage with the artistic community, with the art realms, with critics, with programmers, curators, and whatnot. As I said, my idea of a good cultural diplomat is the one that fosters those relations. It has a catalytic role of fostering relations between different actors in different countries, so that we bring them together, rather than establishing what is the formal culture, what is not. And especially in a country of immigrants like Brazil, I'm taking too long to answer, but just to wrap up.
I'm also watching time. I still, really want to have another 2 answers.
So I'll stop at that.
Yeah. I think I'll agree with Adam. It's not for me as a curator to say what it is, but what we do is to put on a festival that would actually spark a conversation or a dialogue, maybe film, maybe visual arts, poetry, literature. I think those are dynamic ways of actually pushing cultural diplomacy, and also a conversation that would actually unite people and bring about peace. Yeah.
Thank you. Mirla, what is your take on the dangers of an instrumentalization of art and culture? Where are the red lines?
Well, the instrumentalization issue is very, I would say, serious, because it has very deep underpinning of, implementing the foreign policy objectives or the strategic objectives of the country. Having said that, diplomats are not involved in the very cultural projects they are supporting. This is the norm because embassies may support certain projects, but the projects do have their own life. The project cycle starts, it continues, and then it goes on. So therefore, the less intervention, the better. And the second is that the dialogue, as my predecessor said, that let the cultural representatives of different cultures speak to each other. And that is the best tool to achieve understanding and dialogue. There may not be an ideal understanding. There may be issues of difference. And it is in difference that we understand each other better. Because if we are the same, there is no need of any understanding. The differences highlight our uniqueness. And so each culture, by speaking to others, will be developing that. And so the cultural project should be able to freely express. As I said, the right to freedom of expression is extremely important here.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very high and positive note for us to wrap up this discussion. Or do we still have 5 minutes because we... Who's the boss? You're the boss?
Who's the boss?
Okay. 5 minutes, right? Because, I'm also a strict moderator. I usually, finish on time. But let's take another question.
You didn't start on time, so you have some extra time. My question would be to all of you. Cultural diplomacy or cultural relations is about two sides and mutual movement or mutual interest in developing this relationship. So Ukraine has an interest to develop relationship with your countries. We have just presented the strategy, how we do it, what we want to achieve. But I'm very curious, do you have Ukraine on your map of developing cultural relations? So what does Ukraine mean to you in your strategies? And it would be interesting if this Russian invasion has changed this role of Ukraine in your strategies.
Not at all, if I may respond. On our end, as the Center for Creative Arts, the invasion of Russia hasn't changed our relationship with Ukraine. In fact, we are continuing on our partnership with the Ukrainian Institute of South Africa. We are hosting them for the Time of the Writer in March, a Ukrainian writer, and also for the Artfluence. We're having live performance on there's a dance that we're going to be hosting, as well as the exhibition from the women in Ukraine. So it's an ongoing relationship. We don't believe in exclusion. It's an inclusive space, so uncensored space, very important one. So we are welcoming, and this is, if we are to aid peace to Ukraine, that's what we're going to do. Yeah.
Thank you, Sofindel. Mirla, Adam?
Well, I think I'm not speaking as head of public diplomacy in the Brazilian embassy in London, of course, but I can. Having recently moved, I moved to the UK in August, so I was back in the capital for the past 7 years, and after the conflict, Ukraine became more evident in I think in the media, and also in our foreign cultural policy. So we've been doing more stuff. I mean, the foreign ministry in Brasilia has been funding more activities in Kiev than it was before. So, and I think this has shown that a bit of our solidarity with the government and the people of Ukraine. And interestingly, Brazil celebrated 30 years of diplomatic relations with Ukraine last year. Challenging year. And we still wanted to make it a celebration, even though the times were not times for celebration, but to make sure that we used culture as a tool to show the importance of the relationship between Brazil and Ukraine.
Thank you. Vidula.
We did a concert.
Music.
That's always good.
Well, to say a few words about what the Indian Embassy does, I'm not representing Indian Embassy or the Indian government, but they did provide a lot of grants to Ukraine over the years since it was established in 1992. Lots of students had gone to study arts, dancing, music, and other things in India. And of course, they have come back, they have set up their own groups, and there is a big number of people practicing those things. And what I have been able to do is to unite those dancers into a federation of Indian dance in Ukraine. And we have like annual festivals where almost 400 people take part. And those are from 3 years of age to any age. So this is one activity. The other activities were scholars. They were going and learning languages, studies, and nowadays, since 2019 onwards, the activity with yoga started very, actively. With yoga, Ayurveda, and these things the Indian government is promoting. And in Ukraine also, there are extreme enthusiasts of these types of practices, and they have their societies. So this is one part of the story. The other part is there are Ukrainians who are working in India. There is a small diaspora. They also try to do their best. They have festivals of Ukrainian cuisine. There are programmers working. There are people working even in Bollywood with the cinema people. And there are people traveling, and they do mention Ukraine. But this interest about Ukraine has become, I would say, if not million times, maybe at least 1,000 times more since the open aggression of February 2022. And the media interest about Ukraine, almost every day, every other day, there is Ukraine in the news. So this is very important. Ukraine has been mainstreamed. And so the opportunity that is here now for cultural relations or cultural diplomacy is enormous. And this is this time that we should do everything possible to get Ukraine to the mainstream in cultural diplomacy, in its relations with South Asian countries. And in that, we have a lot of things on board. We have a lot of things going on. I think many more are going to come. These are discussions, seminars, talking to think tanks about foreign policy. Of course, the issue of G20 was debated, and that is very healthy because not everyone would be. I was myself critical of Ukraine not being invited. So there was the freedom of expression. Nobody tried to shut anyone's mouth. So this was important that in these circumstances also, there always was a level of openness and transparency, which is very important for that level of cultural diplomacy to achieve whatever its objectives are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mridula. Let me suggest one practical advice to Ukrainian Institute. Start planning a big project with Bollywood. I mean, that's going to be a groundbreaking thing. Since I've been giving a bit of a wild card, I assume we have a few more minutes, and I'm ready to take 2. Great. Let's have 2 short questions, and we put them together. And great.
All right, thank you very much. It was a very interesting conversation, and I think we've learned a lot about positive experiences for the most part. It strikes me that Ukraine is engaged in public and private diplomacy of cultural relations. That's how we can link this whole theoretical discussion together. And of course, this is happening at different levels. There's different actors and audiences, and maybe politicians, policymakers in the private sector, business, public sphere, civil and uncivil society actors within both Ukraine and the different countries that Ukraine is engaged in cultural relations with, and of course, ordinary citizens. And there are many opportunities, and we've talked about many of these that you are directly engaged in yourselves. But it strikes me that the challenges here are key. And the challenges are something that we haven't talked as much about as I'd like to hear from our colleagues. And so for me, I see 3 challenges. That there's a challenge in understanding the past, and specifically colonial imperial pasts. there's these dueling colonial imperial pasts here that we are not really, that we're skirting around. The understanding of the current context, who is the aggressor, who is the hegemon, and who is the imperial power at play in these various cultural relations. And then of course the understanding of a future. Will it be shared? Will it be competing or complementary? And will it be equal between these different actors engaged in cultural relations? So out of these three challenges, and perhaps you see another one, that would be great. Is it the understanding of the past? Is it the understanding of the current context? Or is it an understanding of a common collective future between Ukraine and the countries here, at least, we talked about, that is going to be most pressing for us?
It's an excellent and a huge question for another debate. We'll try to answer it shortly, but there was another question. We still take it, and then we try to answer.
Where was the other?
Up
okay.
there. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Anastasia from Ukraine, founder of leading NGO in the country on combating child online sexual abuse and exploitation. And today we talk a lot about how country government can work through cultural tools with other country, but in Ukraine we have really big challenges of like 1 million of refugees all around the world, and our country really hopes that these people someday will come back to home. So how we work, or what approaches can be used to work with people who became refugee in some country, for example in UK. So what Ukrainian side can do to hold these connections with these people, with their countries, with their cultures, so to be more sure that they will come back. Thank you.
I'm not really sure we can answer your question because none of us, is I think dealing with these issues, but maybe in your different practices you had certain experience with dealing with refugees and how do societies welcome them and work with them. But yeah, we have a question about the challenges, present, past, future. We have a question about refugees. Who would want to start? Let's try to be short. I know it's challenging to talk about challenges and be short, but Sifindil, you seem to be ready.
I'm not ready.
Please.
But just to try, just to sum it up, and I think all of us, we are nothing without our past. And we need to draw from that to actually move forward. We were in a bad state, and now this is the current era that we're in. And that together must work for the future. And that would depend on two parties who are playing. How are they using their past and their present, to actually ensure that the future is secured for both? And I think for me, it's something that I'm constantly asking myself as a curator: how can I use what we went through and the current to actually foresee the future, how it would look like, and how do we go about creating it to be what we both want it to be? Because at the end of the day, it's not about South Africa, but it's all about the relationship that we have with another country, in this instance, Ukraine. How can we work together to create a future that is both beneficial for countries? So I think that's the conversation that I'm always interested to know, because after all, today will be yesterday. Yeah.
Well, maybe we can some 50 cents here. I'll start with the second question. When a few years back, I was stationed in Beirut, in Lebanon, it was 2013, I guess. Well, we had a massive influx of Syrian refugees into Lebanon, up to the point that 1/4 of the Lebanese population was made of Syrian refugees. And people are desperate to, as anyone in a refugee status would be desperate to leave that situation. And we came with a cultural project in refugee camps, teaching Brazilian Portuguese and songs to kids in those areas. And funny enough, we started receiving more and more applications from Syrian refugees to go to Brazil after we started that project, and many families, especially because of the kids, they wanted to move away from that war zone and go to go to Brazil because we had this project with songs. It seemed so silly back then, and it's very transformative. And I will close with that, perhaps already answering the other question about the challenges for the future.
Thank you. Mridula.
Well, about the coming back of the displaced back home, it is definitely the conditions that will be created for them to come back. The program of rejuvenation, restructuring of Ukraine and all the other things. And of course, the cultural linkage that they would be keeping with their families back. And of course, the embassies in those different host countries could actively engage in the diaspora diplomacy. So to make them, mobilize them for getting back to their country. Which many countries do, and there is no set recipe for that, but definitely I think those who want to return will always be welcome to come back to Ukraine. Now, with regard to the historical challenges, I do believe that the decolonizing aspect of Ukrainian history will have a long way to go, and it has a big potential in the countries of the global south. Because of the very simple fact is, I would say something which will sound very strange, but believe me, Crimea is as much Russian as India is British, because in 1763, Crimea, 1783, Catherine II, occupied Crimea. So similarly, during those years, only the British could just come to India. So this is something that, people always, I have been saying, and of course, people raise their eyebrows and they start reading about what is really Crimea. And while it was occupied in 2014, one has to survey and research these topics deeper and not just listen to some propaganda and some rhetoric, some narratives being told. If we want to change the narrative, change the content of the narrative and the way history has been weaponized. So we have to some kind of delink it from those untruths and move on towards the truth. And this is the challenging task. I would say the challenge is bigger from the other side. This challenge can be overcome because there is a lot of truth in the information that Ukraine can provide. Ukraine can document, and Ukraine can provide it with historical evidence, facts, related to artifacts, inscriptions, and many other documentations which historians would value bigger and better than some political narratives of any particular regime. So I believe that will be very, very important. And of course, the type of propaganda that Ukraine has to face is very big and very deep. So to counter that, Ukraine need not engage in the same type of propaganda, which Ukraine does not. And so, it is always better to be on the side of truth and to say what really happened and not to overblow or make a hyperbole out of this thing. So I believe that there is no adjustment, but full commitment to truth in true facts of history is what is going to have us know the past better. About the present, the same thing, if you have the media coming and reporting on Ukraine, and you have people writing, you have people engaging in blogs and vlogs through their social media, activists speaking, government people speaking. So people have an idea what is happening in Ukraine today, although there are a lot of different kinds of information. It is a challenge and it is not easy, but however, we are overcoming it. Since the days of the invasion, it was said that, only in a few days, Kiev will be conquered, Kiev will just lose itself. So it didn't happen. And so we are in a much better shape today than it was a year before, because a year before we had power cuts, we had a lot of problems. So the very situation itself speaks, the reality speaks for itself. So I believe that is the only thing I can see. And about the future, unfortunately, I cannot have any recipe about the future. But if we continue the dialogue in the way respecting freedom of expression and committing ourselves to the real dialogue of both sides in our countries and with Ukraine, so it will definitely lead to something tangible and positive.
Adam, now it's really time to finish our discussion, but I'm really grateful, for the talk we had today, because we managed to talk about challenges, and I don't think that building something new is possible without facing challenges. And thank you, Ukrainian Institute, for, taking this new great challenge. I mean, if you don't start doing it, it would never happen. So, the path is opening and the walk is starting. And one great thing, which also I want to keep from the discussion today, is that if we see culture not as a tool, but as a space, as also Sifindo, you said, as a space where the discussion is possible, not always easy, not very always peaceful, but hopefully healing in the end, then many things can be done. Thank you very much for a discussion, for being here. Thank you for your questions and for your listening.
Okay. 15-minute break. Thank you.
Get as much information as I can.
So one more panel to go. I really appreciate that there are still so many people present. It's really tiring to go through the whole day of intense discussions, so it probably means that we're doing something right and what we are doing really matters to you. So great, stay with us for one more session, and I think you will not be disappointed because we've got something in stock a little bit entertaining for you. Let's put it this way. And the fourth panel discussion is about to unravel the complexities of cultural diplomacy in the age of advanced technologies, tech, VR, and new media. Our moderator is Victoria Ivanova, R&D strategist at Serpentine Galleries here in London. And let us extend a warm welcome to our panelists, Polina Klekovkina, Chief Operational Officer and Producer at FaceMe, Hannah Andrews, Director of Digital Innovation, Art, AI and Emerging Technologies at the British Council, and Sergio Branco, Co-Founder and Director of ITS. But before I welcome the speakers on stage, there's one more feature that we would like to offer to your attention. And it is a video which we are about to screen, made in collaboration between the Ukrainian Institute and Ukrainian AI company Reface. It features a conversation between two iconic figures of Ukrainian and British cultures. It's a virtual dialogue, a conversation that they engage into, and it's just another example of a collaboration between a cultural institution and a tech company. So I hope you really enjoy it. Thank you.
Speak low if you speak love.
Слово – моя та єдина зброя.
Lacia, you start.
Борщ.
Fish and ships.
Дніпро.
Thames.
Кобзар.
Robert Burns.
Шевченко.
Football.
Свобода.
Priceless.
Україна.
Heroic.
Любов.
Love. Ukraine plus Great Britain. 2 countries, 2 languages, 1 love.
So, okay, well, I am Victoria. It's actually spelled with a C, but that's okay. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you for extending, Ukrainian Institute for extending the invitation to me to moderate and put together this panel. And thank you to the dear panelists for agreeing to take part. And just a few words about how this conversation is going to be structured. So I'm going to give a very brief intro and a bit of a framework for launching into the conversation. And then Hannah, Sergio, and Polina will do flash presentations that will respond to the central question of this panel from the vantage points of their respective professional contexts and experiences. And it's been a long day, so I will remind you of what the key question for our conversation today is going to be. It's wordy, so please keep attention. So how's the increasing ubiquity of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, VR, and related immersive technologies, blockchain, transforming the practices of cultural diplomacy, and what are the challenges and opportunities presented by this technological landscape? We will then, after the flash presentations, transition to an exchange, and there will be an opportunity for questions from the audience in the end. So before we dive into the flash presentations, I wanted to offer a high-level framework for approaching the relationship between cultural diplomacy and advanced technologies. It's a bit of an uncharted territory for building out intentional cultural diplomatic strategies, meaning that it presents a lot of opportunities to do things differently, but also pitfalls. Not least the role of shadow digital statecraft related to information narrative warfare. As a result, I think it is important to start the conversation around cultural diplomacy and advanced technologies from the question of first principles. So myself, I'm a cultural strategist who works across the institutional cultural context, technology, both in its industry context and civic activist domains, and mission-oriented research and development. And I can say that it's absolutely critical that we don't narrow the first principles to how the tech sector or the military-industrial complex see and deploy technology. And I would argue that one of the key roles for the cultural strategic space is to provide new understandings of how technology can offer fresh imaginaries of how we live, both within societies but also with our ecological environments. So while it is essential to have a new understanding of the tech developmental agendas in the commercial and, let's say, more kind of geopolitical context and how they either spill into or directly instrumentalize culture, or how they are instrumentalized by predatory political agendas, I would argue that cultural strategy emerging out of the diplomatic context needs to cunningly cut across these contexts with a bigger picture and societal interest at heart, offering a unique third space within democratic societies for negotiating how we can shape technological systems towards a more just, more ecosystemically conscious, more nurturing, and more accountable social and environmental realities. The prolific writer, Ursula Le Guin, she's a great science fiction writer, do check her out, has a great short text called A Rant About Technology, where she voices her frustration with the popular contemporary belief that technology is about products and gadgets. Instead, she offers a definition that captures the sort of first principles approach that I'd like to convey here. Technology is an active human interface with the material world. In other words, hammers, telescopes, printing presses, nuclear fission, semiconductors not only change what humans can do with material reality, but also how they understood the world and themselves in the world. And of course, culture, in the really broad sense of that word, really matters because it's the space where the feedback between technology giving us new insights into the world, into ourselves, and the kinds of systems that we can build on the basis of that understanding can take place. Philosopher of technology Benjamin Bratton draws a distinction between instrumental and epistemological aspects of technologies. So the instrumental refers to how technology changes society through its toolness, and the epistemological refers to the technology revealing something otherwise inconceivable about how the universe works. So technology like machine learning, which is a type of artificial intelligence technology, is currently transforming whole industries in terms of how they're organized, and this has very real legal, operational, economic repercussions. At the same time, the acceleration of scientific discovery that machine learning is leading to means that we can integrate the intricacies of how ecological systems around us work in ways that were not possible before. So to give an example, and this is an example from work of a close collaborator, a transdisciplinary architecture and governance design organization, Dark Matter Labs, is leveraging this new capability to test out a system for self-ownership of entities in order to move away from private or state ownership paradigms as the only ways in which we can organize material reality. Culture is the context where this obviously triggered something. Culture, and rightly so. Culture is the context where these new possibilities can be made legible and where new imaginaries for how societies are structured can be nurtured. So through this example, kind of what I wanted to show is that we need to approach the new generation of advanced technologies not just as a tool that will allow us to optimize and create more opportunities for how we do things that we do already. This is the kind of digital transformation mantra that technology is here to kind of lead to greater visibility of what we do and to kind of optimize what we already do. So instead, I would argue that we need to turn the tables around and ask the more difficult and relevant question, how do the world transforming capabilities of technology force us to think differently about what we do? And on the note of forcing us to think differently about what we do, I turn to Hannah, please.
That is a big question to respond to. Hi, so lovely to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm Hannah. I am the British Council's Director of Digital Innovation in the Arts. I got a slightly jazzier title than I actually have earlier when my name was read out, but I like it, so thank you for putting that together, Annie. I should say I'm quite new to this space. I come from tech, so most immediately prior to the British Council, I'd spent 5 years at Google in Google Arts and Culture, where I was really working, and I'll speak to this in a moment, to explore how advanced technologies can be leveraged to expand creative practice. And so really where I'm coming to today is, having spent about 10 months at the British Council, just a couple of the reflections that I've seen in terms of there being areas of opportunity for cultural relations, so that development of trusting long-term relationships between nations, between the UK and overseas through cultural exchange. At least that's how I think about the work. And on the screen, I wanted to just start with a project which I love. And I actually really should say, since coming into this role, you know, working in tech and being lucky enough to have worked with a lot of really advanced technologies, I saw a lot of things, and those things were quite inspiring and exciting a lot of the time. But in the last 10 months, I have been so inspired by my colleagues at the British Council and our partners like the Ukrainian Institute, because of the sensitivity and the thoughtfulness that you bring to actually really thinking about what these technologies mean in the context in which they play out. And I mean, this is just one example. I'm constantly coming across things that are just brilliant. And I thought Let the Body Speak, which was part of the UK-Ukraine season and was a collaboration between us and the Ukrainian Institute, creating that space. It's an online platform for dancers to be able to showcase their work digitally when it wasn't possible to do so physically. Being able to create those spaces online that really provide a sense of belonging, I think it's such important work, and it's so responsive to the real felt needs of the local context from which the work emerges. And so I'm really happy to be here, is what all of that is to say. Just a little bit about me, and as I said, I'd come from Google Arts and Culture. We were asked to provide a couple of examples of case studies of where, cultural diplomacy and to colleagues and collaborators, and Eva Kozovneka, who ran a program called Google Research. Working with Kenrick and Eva, we introduced our program, and that was about inviting a really diverse, both culturally and geographically, group of artists into Google Research to be able to really interrogate the development of an interrogation of what communities and cultures are represented by those technologies, and see it was done by really actually bringing artists into dialogue, into this discursive engagement across geographies at the heart of where the action happens. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Where I am now is at the British Council, as I said. I've been here for about 10 months, and what I'm really doing at the moment, and it's pretty early on in my journey at the British Council, is working with teams to identify across art forms, across regions, where there are opportunities for us to really platform the value that artists and creative voices bring to innovation. Because I profoundly believe, and I think many people in this room would likely agree, that artists drive innovation in technologies, because artists are and creative communities are the people who are taking imaginative leaps. And where I get most excited in the context of cultural relations is that it affords a space to take creative leaps together across across different contexts in a way that is inevitably going to increase the kind of creative spark that comes from that dialogue. Just to kind of zoom out a little bit, because this is about advanced technologies across the board, right? It's not just about creative technologies. I think this is there's just an infographic which I really personally love, which is taken from a paper in 2012 written by Alexander Galloway called "Are Some Things Unrepresentable?" Sorry, and these images are attempts to represent information communication technology, i.e. a really complex, sprawling ecology or network, whatever you want to call it, of multiple different connection points that you can't ever necessarily really visualize. And that's what I think about, and that's what I thought about when I was kind of presented the provocation for this talk, is that, you know, some of these things, for example, the internet, for example, AI, for example, advanced technologies at large, are just too big for us to wrap our heads around. But the reality is they are technologies that are bound to specific locations. And this is Telegeography's map of the submarine cables through which 99% of our digital data are transmitted, I believe, according to recent reports. And it's really just an illustration of the fact that technology, no matter how advanced it is still bound to the very specific cultures in which it is in which it is developed, managed, and applied. And this just ties into two of the kind of terms that I've been thinking about a lot recently when I think about the role of cultural relations or cultural diplomacy, which I was talking to a colleague earlier about meaning slightly different things, but we'll group them together for this conversation. Ultimately, so if I'm thinking about the language to articulate why cultural diplomacy is so important in the context of advanced technologies, I find the language of computation helpful. So two things, two words which would get used a lot in my previous life in tech are interface, and then I'll come on to the second one in a moment. So essentially that idea that there is a place where independent and often unrelated systems can meet and act or communicate with each other. For me, that's what cultural diplomacy is or can be, this interface between really specific geographical contexts which give life to very specific applications or uses of technology. What is the meeting point where they can communicate? How can we ensure that how can local applications of technology can be connected in a sensitive way to a global infrastructure? And then interfaces allow for interoperability, this ability for locally distinct infrastructure to have sensible, effective, efficient, and productive communications with one another. That's still huge, and I think that all of this is kind of still unrepresentable, which is why I just want to come back to art and the value of cultural exchange, because that's where, through finding new languages for communication about technology and through technology together, through cultural relations or cultural diplomacy as a facilitating mechanism, we could start actually developing languages to think about what advanced technologies can and should be and who they can and should be for, and critically, what are the interfaces that allow for distinct communities to be interoperable together. And if I was to kind of end on one thing, it's that in that paper that I referenced earlier, Are Some Things Unrepresentable, Galloway really calls for, there's a lot in the paper, but one of the conclusions of it is that there needs to be a new poetics of information, because it's in poetics that we'll be able to describe what information really means to us. And I think that that is where I really see potential in creating space for shared cultural exchange. And on that note, I'll hand over to someone who I think is really...
Yes.
Sorry, Sergio.
I must admit, there is no kind of organic segue, because we are doing a bit of a landscape mapping rather than an integrated conversation, but we will move to the more operational infrastructural aspects of advanced technologies, which I think should not be underappreciated, given that the surface or the interface of what we see is just one layer, and perhaps I agree it's important, but also all the layers underneath, as we thought, going all the way to the natural resources, to the cables, to the infrastructure, to the governance of that infrastructure, and then to the legal space within which a lot of the questions around how advanced technologies are built and who gets to benefit from them and what cultures can they lead to are being negotiated. So I'll hand over to Sergio to walk us through the more legal aspects of this question.
Okay, well, I also have some slides here. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Ukrainian Institute for the invitation. My background is in law, but I've been working a lot with culture in the last 2 decades. And I work with law. I usually say that I work with copyright law, much more because of the copyright and the artist than the law itself, because I was attracted to music and cinema and texts and photography and arts in general. So it's really a privilege to be here to be discussing this connection between culture and arts and also technology. And I think we could stay here for hours discussing because this debate is really infinite. I have 2 points that I would like to address in this first overview. When we talk about the protection of intellectual goods, we are talking about 2 kinds of protection. The protection of the physical good and the protection of the immaterial, the intellectual good. And my slides concern the first aspect. I'd like to comment, to share with you something that happened in Brazil some years ago. This was our national museum. It was a museum of natural history and anthropology. Probably, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest museum of its kind in Latin America, and certainly one of the biggest in Brazil. And it was destroyed by a fire in September 2018, and 80% of its collection was destroyed or heavily damaged. So it was, you can imagine, it was a terrible day in Brazil regarding the protection of culture and arts and history and natural history. And what technology helped since then and is still helping is that with 3D printers, parts of the collection are being rebuilt, reconstructed with these printing machines. Of course, it will never be the original goods, but it's a way to recover somehow the material that was destroyed. And we had really important stuff there that was destroyed and now is being rebuilt with technology. And Google Arts and Culture helped the National Museum, because with images that were collected, recorded before the fire, it's possible to have access to the collection of the museum before, of course, before the fire. So anybody can go to the Google Arts and Culture website to see how the museum was before everything happened. So this is the first aspect, is the material aspect. But the second aspect that is also very important regards the immaterial content protected by intellectual property. When we talk about intellectual property, we talk about trademarks and patents and design and copyright and many other things. And intellectual property aims to protect the material thing. When we protect a text, it's not the printed version of the text, it's the text itself. When we protect a painting, it's not the material painting. It is the painting as an immaterial thing. And also when we talk about intellectual property, usually people think, well, we need intellectual property to have a strategy to make people either stay away from my property or to pay for the use of my property. So when we think about intellectual property, we normally consider this proprietary aspect that is included in the name of the institution, intellectual property. However, this is not true for trademarks, but for everything else. The inevitable destiny of intellectual property is called public domain. So everything will enter, I don't like to say fall into public domain because it seems the thing is protected and then suddenly it falls into public domain. It seems something bad. I never say this. I say enter into public domain, and then it becomes free for everybody to use. Public domain means that the economic aspect of protection no longer exists. So everybody can use, can profit from the material. It is relevant for patents, for design, for copyright, everything. So there are this is very important to, when we talk about intellectual property, not only think that this is subject to a proprietary system, a protected system. We have to consider this second aspect, that is the right to have access to this material, the right to use the material when it's in public domain. But the public domain is not the only way to have access without this need to ask for a license to work, to use the work. There are other strategies. Our copyright law, everybody's, because it's not the Brazilian, it's the Brazilian, but everybody else. Copyright laws in general say, well, some things are not protected by copyright, so there is no copyright. For example, usually the text of laws, the text of court decisions are not protected by copyright because there is a public interest in having access to this information. There are also the limitations, and the fair use in the United States is fair use, in the continental Europe is limitations, is the way you can use protected works, but there is a kind of also protection of interests of the society, the community. For example, the right to quote somebody else's work. If I want to quote, I don't have to ask anybody's permission. I just go there and quote. The parody is also classically a fair use or a limitation. And then we have the public domain. And as these cultural diplomacy initiatives, we have to have the incentive from states, from public policies, but also from companies to grant access to public domain works, and also to make limitations and fair use fair use to really work. Because many companies, when we talk about social networks, for example, if you publish something under a fair use clause, a limitation clause, many times the content you publish is taken down because the terms of use of a given website or social network disregards the fair use and the limitation. So we have to be very attentive to that as a society, and demand from the state and from companies that copyright is not only the side of the protection, it's also the side of access. And there are some initiatives from the British Library, from the British Museum, from the Museum of Modern Art, from the New York Library, from many institutions, Europeana, many institutions that are giving access through their websites to hundreds, thousands of public domain works, so people can make any use from that. It was not like that. Even in the last decade of last century, I'm talking about 30 years ago, there were court decisions in which people asked if the picture, the photograph of a painting, a public domain painting, if the photograph that was made now, if it was protected by copyright or not. And it seems now that we are considered that they are not copyrighted, which is correct, because copyright is a matter of originality. And if you have a photograph, a picture that is identical to a painting in public domain, there is no originality in this photography, so there should not have any copyright. It's still debatable when it should not be. And just to conclude, why is this so important and even more important now? Well, it is already important, it was already important because of this right to have access that everybody has. But now, with the development of artificial intelligence systems, artificial intelligence needs those huge data sets to be trained. And works in public domain are a way to train these artificial intelligence systems without harming any copyrighted material. Because now when we talk about copyright and artificial intelligence, we have two unanswered, very difficult questions. We might address these later. One is, can I use copyrighted material to train artificial intelligence systems? And the second question is, when an artificial intelligence system produces something, the outcome is protected somehow. Who owns the copyright of an outcome from the use, for example, of ChatGPT? So, and this is fascinating because we're in the moment where we are taking the decision that will have an impact on copyright legislation and copyright policy in the next decades for many reasons. So I've been working with that for quite a long time now. I've seen all the discussions 20 years ago about piracy. We haven't solved all the problems. The problems are only piling up, and we don't solve the problems. We have new problems now, and these problems now are very difficult, but also very fascinating. So I also thank for the opportunity to discuss this in this high-level event. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Actually, interestingly about the 3D, the 3D scanning, I guess, and kind of 3D reestablishment project of that collection. An artist, Marcina Lahiari, she prefigured that project in 2014, where she did exactly the same thing with the artifacts that had been either destroyed or looted through the invasion and like ongoing kind of military operations in Iraq. So I think that goes very much to your point around kind of the role of artists working with advanced technologies to prefigure a lot of strategies and ways of working with technologies that go kind of outside of the traditional commercial understanding of what these technologies are for, and kind of allow us to build a slightly different approach to what is possible. So on the note of different approach to what is possible, I'll hand it over to Polina to talk through a couple of use cases from her practice, and to also introduce Face Me. Did I get that right?
Is it going?
Yes, it's.
Yeah, I did. It's not going. No.
I think once again.
No.
No?
Mm-mm. Yeah, super. Here we are.
Okay.
Beautiful. Hey, hello. My name is Polina. I'm Chief Operating Officer and partner at Face Me Studio. We are a small team of 15 Ukrainians, but somehow over the past 4 years we managed to do more than 1,000 projects. And on the background you can see some of them, and I will tell you more about some of them. We actually had this conversation behind the scenes that pandemic boosted digital channels a lot. And right now we can't ignore them anymore. Like digital channels became part, like a vital part like of any field. And super. So this is the case I would love to start with. This is our collaboration with one interesting escape. He's a world famous Ukrainian artist. And when the pandemic has started, as many other artists, he could not showcase his art in art galleries. And what we did, we recreated his sculptures in a form of Instagram filters. So all the people could, like open his sculptures, like literally on their phones, wherever they you can be in your apartment, you can be out on the street, and you can see the sculpture. Just within one click. And this scenario actually boosts online sales for artists. And another case is the next one. After this one, the collaboration between Converse and Ukrainian artist duo, VBAT. Converse invited VBAT to rethink, to reimagine the art space in digital, this one. You see, we made this gallery where people could literally just walk inside and have a look how it could be if we could create the gallery in our phone. And I like this case because Converse made their branding, you can still see that it's Converse, but it's tiny. And so people loved it and they shared it on their own social medias just because they loved it. They love this artist, so they shared Converse just because they love how we the whole thing together. Another interesting case over here is the filter we made for Viber. Viber, I guess most of the people over here know that it's a messenger which is actually more popular in Ukraine than WhatsApp. And this one over here, you can see that it was a filter which we made for Kalush, Ukrainian artist, during the Eurovision contest. And the problematic over there is that, due to the rules of the event, Ukrainians could not vote for the Kalush, right? But still, we wanted to support our local artists, right? And this filter enabled the feature to take a picture with a 3D version, like his virtual avatar, and share with your friends, just while you chat with your friends. And it definitely, we can say that, of course, it's the reason why Kalush won, but it definitely, brought just some feeling of unity in between the artist and the audience, while just, being so highly accessible. And maybe the last but not the least case I would love to feature over here, which is exactly after, let's wait for 1 second. This one is our recent case which we made for LGBT tech organization. It already exists for 5 years, but over these 5 years, they didn't have access to the younger audience. So they came to us and asked, hey, how we can, activate this brand new audience. And we made a TikTok filter. We created an empty profile for them. It literally had just 0 followers. And we invited makeup artists to recreate these funny yet, progressive makeups. And during the first day, this filter got 1 million views. In 1 week, this filter got 9 million likes on TikTok. These numbers are crazy, right? And just within 1 week. So you can see that, one tool, AR, can be used in so many different, ways. We can drive sales, we can bring the feeling of unity to the audience, we can activate, we can reach new audiences. We can help brands to share branded content, being still natively, and support the local artists. And I don't know if, I work in tech and I always doubt a lot, what is real? Because, what is real? I don't know, like, because, you know, we all live in digital in a way. And is it digital is real or not? I don't know. But I definitely think that nowadays the real means what is represented. And I think that these technologies, AR, AI, VR, can definitely help us to spread important topics.
Amazing, thank you so much. Just before, I have questions for all of you, but I wonder whether you have immediate responses to each other's presentations or follow-up questions?
I just have the one, which is that I talk a lot about how artists are drivers of innovation, and I think that this is such a beautiful example of that being the case. And so thank you for sharing.
And I can definitely share that, you know, like nowadays we can't ignore the fact that technologies like already became the part of the culture. Like right now, it's just like every single company in this world is already like fintech company, and also like each company has to stand for something. You know, because if you like don't stand for anything, like, are you even real? And I think that is also like that's the reason why each company in this world like already has a culture and values and
Yeah, I think that's actually a really important point, because I think when we talk about culture, we tend to presume in a somewhat like old school legacy way that that space is associated with some kind of cultural institutional context, when in fact the culture emerging out of like technological computational systems and the commercial kind of context for those is probably as important, potentially more important today than legacy institutions. And yet still, I think we see that legacy institutions have a role to play. I mean, not least we're here today in the context of a very legacy institutional setup and like a very kind of specific model of the world. And I think where perhaps legacy institutions do have a role to play is in the kind of standard setting around this interoperability parameters that you spoke about. So that's actually what my follow-up question to you is on. And it kind of ties into your presentation around the legal aspects and the copyright aspects that are being challenged by AI technologies, and notably by every technology. Every technology is trying to disrupt, right, the way that the kind of conservative status quo systems work, and law is one of those. And so, but I think the law is also can be very innovative, which is why you're interested and I am interested in it. And you know, the combination of the technological landscape and the legal landscape and the cultural landscape, they offer very unique context for experimentation. And in the context of my work, you know, we try to bring these contexts together and think how can the artistic space offer new ways of thinking about ownership, for example, right? Exactly like, you know, neither going to a fully proprietary model nor going into the fully open model, which is subject to, you know, easy exploitation, and developing kind of more hybrid models. And so in relation to interoperability and cultural diplomacy, and maybe I'm a little bit out of my depth here because I don't actually know much about cultural diplomacy, but I'm wondering, are there models in which like multiple let's say nation states can come together to not just put together, let's say, a cultural project that is an interface, but that also tests out new ways of co-owning the project and utilizing kind of the, let's say, the freedom of state-sanctioned collaboration to think like in new ways about questions of copyright and licensing and commercialization, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I can't answer for a legal, can I answer at all? I can't answer for a legal context. I don't know if, Sergio, you have anything to weigh in on that. I think what I would just say from the perspective, from my perspective, it's not so much about organisations like the British Council trying to assume the space of creating legal precedent. It's more about trying to hold space for a wide and diverse range of voices to be able to inform what the conversation around that is. There are other organisations that are working hard to set that legal precedent, but I think, you know,
interoperability, and I realise I've thrown that word in there, and now I'm going to have to deal with the consequences, operates on so many different levels, and that needs to necessarily operate legally as well. However, there are clearly very different legal precedents depending on the context you are creating or consuming technology within. I'd say cultural diplomacy or cultural relations is about ensuring that that diversity of context is recognised, that voices are being surfaced from within it. And then the second thing I would say is that often, and I'm seeing this a lot because this is such uncharted territory, in the context of art and advanced technologies, in particular AI, is that legal precedent is essentially being surfaced through operationalization. So through work like you're doing, Paulina, I'm sure you've had to deal with some quite I don't know, but I imagine you will have had to deal with some quite knotty considerations when it comes to operating across different contexts globally with different jurisdictions, with different, expectations or lack of. And so I think it's also about actually facilitating work being able to take place in a way that will surface insight that then could be used as models by others that in a useful or productive way.
So sort of platforming, I guess, is in many respects.
Platforming and holding space for that kind of experimentation between not necessarily, I don't think like holding space for experimentation between nations per se, but holding experimentation between people, and through that experimentation, insights surfacing, which means that we might be able to see things slightly differently or have new voices added to a dialogue that might not have had them added otherwise.
Great.
I think from the legal perspective, nobody can answer either because we're still learning what to do. But I think I have some ideas on that, because when we talk about these disruptive technologies like AI now, for many decades, I would say centuries, something core to copyright was the copy of something. That's why copyright. So until the end of last century, we didn't have access directly to music or movies or texts. We had access to copies of books, to copies of CDs, to copies of DVDs or tapes or whatever, but always copies, because this was fundamental to the owner of the copyright to control the access. But with digital works, digital copies, because they are not copies, we as a society, we lost control of who can have access to what. And by the time that we moved from last century to this century, we started discussing how affected the music industry was with digital music being downloaded by anybody. And by the time when we started discussing heavily piracy, private copying, what people wanted to do was to make with digital copies the same thing that we did with material copies. But that was impossible. Impossible. We thought, how can we change our laws so if you download a music, it's the same thing as if you steal my mobile or a glass or whatever. But those things are completely different, and we cannot pretend that, okay, a digital copy is the same thing as a material copy, because they are not. So for at least 10 years, nobody knew what to do, until we noticed, we realized that we had to change not the law perhaps, but we had to change a business model. And that's why Netflix and Spotify were so very much successful. Because I'm not saying they are correct, right? This is the last stage in our debate. But what they did was, it's irrelevant if you have a copy. Or, nobody wants to have a copy anymore. You want to have access. And then we start having access directly to the music, directly to the movies, because we don't need copies anymore. Now, I think it's the same thing. I don't think, it doesn't seem to me, that we will regulate artificial intelligence only by changing the law. It might not be useful or the only thing to do. We have to keep in mind that business models are also essential, not only for profits, but also for access, to give access to people. So now, I don't want to enter into too many details because it's too complicated, but now people discuss, oh, can we use copyrighted works to train AI systems? Some people think, yes, you can, because any person, any of us here, we can have access to all books we want, and we read all the books we want, and we listen to music, and we watch movies. And then we produce something. We produce our text and music and movies. So if we are trained by all material that is available, why shouldn't an AI system be trained the same way? Some people think this way. Some other people think, oh, no, I will not allow my work to be part of a data set for training an AI system because I don't get anything from it. And I would like to have the right to opt out or to license. That's why there is a bill of law now in France saying, okay, if a work is created through an AI system using copyrighted material, the owner of this work is everybody who had their own material used for training. But it's impossible. This traceability is impossible. We'll never know. If I ask you, okay, you wrote this text, who influenced you to write? Say the names of the people.
I think you'll find it's Alexander Galloway.
This would be extremely difficult. And even if we can technically get to those people, we would have a co-proprietary system with hundreds, thousands of people. It's not manageable. So what I think is that we have to pay attention to law. Law is a way of regulating, but we have to have attention also to business models because it's not only to law, it's also society. Well, Creative Commons was a way to solve a difficult copyright problem, not changing the law, but using a social solution.
Absolutely, and like what a better place than the cultural context to develop social solutions.
But also you mentioned two companies like Netflix, right, and Spotify, and it's funny, right, because Netflix pays a lot to creators and Spotify actually doesn't.
Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, we were talking about that. I said, this is another problem.
Yeah.
One of those
they also have different
problems.
data policies in terms of actually, how much, what rights users have in relationship to their own data on these platforms. So
because you mentioned different business models, right? And in Netflix business model is actually they are going to pay more and more, and Spotify is going to pay less and less, and very beheading.
Yeah, I mentioned both from the user perspective.
Okay,
yeah, but I know from the creator perspective, they're quite different.
But from the creator perspective, it's also, it's incredibly important because, there need to be models that sustain creators. And, but in many ways, the creator problem is also kind of the user-citizen problem because the artist is kind of a stand-in for, in many of these contexts, for the agency that a typical civilian or citizen as a creator as well has in this new kind of digital economy. So yeah, I think kind of being very scrupulous about what actually are the platforms offering and what are they taking away is an important question. And actually coming to the point that you made, Polina, in terms of, tech companies specifically need to stand for something. And I really relate to that in terms of thinking about all the creative technological R&D that we do at Serpentine from a mission-oriented perspective, where kind of the mission needs to drive the direction of the R&D rather than like a pure, profit or visibility kind of functionality. So I'm just wondering, what is the kind of mission-oriented approach of FACE,
and yeah, how does it manifest in your projects?
I mean, in notes, they actually highlighted some of our like projects, right, at the frontier of arts and technologies, and like also like featuring the social aspect, right, of some of them. And it's funny because these cases always get past statistics. These cases, they always go viral just by itself. We usually don't really have to even boost them because it's just like people love it because it always feels native. And people just, yeah, they just share it because they want, oh yeah, like it supports like my values. Let me just share it to my stories as well with my friends. And I think that, of course, most of our cases, like still like 80% of them are much more branded. We work with like world renowned brands, but still for us it's important to find this balance where we promote brands, but we also bring this added value to the audience. Because this magic bridge works, like this is like a cooperation in between social institutions, brands, and the audience. All of them benefit if the audience has fun. So we usually try to find a way how to make it work from all the like sides to make it so everyone benefits from that.
That's a good point to end on and to ask whether the audience might have any questions to the panelists. We have a few questions. There's one here, one there. Should we take them in batches? Yeah, let's take them in batches.
Hello. Of course, new technology give us a lot of opportunities, but together with this, I work in the field of child online sexual abuse and exploitation. And since October, it's really like a crazy disaster, I think, because pedophiles started to use artificial intelligence to produce online sexual abuse materials, child pornography, but they like put child faces. So real children. They take children from online social network faces and make these materials and then send these photos and videos back to these children and blackmail them. And there are already a court decision in US for child psychologists who did this. And it's really like a nightmare that come into all of us in nearest future. And of course, technology gives a lot of opportunities. But together with this, it's challenges of really deep fake. And in Ukraine, there are new startups that produce nude photos or videos. Like you can download any photo or videos of anybody and it's make nude photos of this person. So it is well like a floor for deep fakes in cultural diplomacy as well. Do we have some solutions? Because in our field, it's not yet.
I can make just maybe one comment in regard. So should we answer? It feels like a big one.
Maybe a couple of them, or was there another question around here?
Thank you. My question goes in quite similar direction. My question is, how do you create in the digital world, which is very real, I think, because it has real impact on the reality. In which way can you provide platforms that are safe spaces when you have especially cultural, artistic expressions that are obviously provocative or not okay in that country? How do you provide these safe spaces, and how do you give access to them to an audience that you might exclude when you make it too safe? So I think this is something, yeah, having fun is one thing, but how do you reach out to serious artistic expressions?
Mm-hmm.
Last one, and then we move them on. No? Okay.
There's another question here?
No, I think.
No?
Super.
Do you guys want to kick off?
I can weigh in. To the first question, it's obviously a really difficult question and it speaks to a much bigger environment. I really believe that technology and the internet and AI and all of these huge things that have kind of rocked our world and changed the way in which we can mediate and moderate society over the last number of decades, that they're so big that you really have to focus on the small kind of battle, for want of a better word, that you can win, i.e. that community that you have around you that you can see. And so this is a long way of me saying that I don't really have an answer to your question. But what I do think is that, you know, and the battle that, or the battle, what's a better word? The context that I've really chosen to be able to really engage with is, what does technology mean for creativity and how can that be protected? It's a very different context. But what I do think is that there is space for dialogue, and just being able to surround yourself by people who maybe have more of an understanding of the space in which you're operating, or are similar and are able to enter into dialogue with you, that is helpful. But I think it's really important to recognise that just because things exist in the same space, for example, online, and because of the same technologies, they operate in different ways. They can be separated, and it's important to tackle them in very, very different ways and not see necessarily artistic creativity as tied to really horrific kind of social contexts and applications. And but equally, that you know, when you're in a community of like-minded people, you can exchange understandings and approaches. I know that's a bit of a fluff of an answer, but that would just be my first response to it. I don't know if
I mean, equally, I'm out of my depth
completely.
in terms of this specific field and how, let's say, the organizations that operate in this field to ensure that adequate regulatory measures exist, that, let's say, counter technologies are developed for that, because that's a huge, for example, if we think about cybersecurity, most of the technology that developed in that context are meant to preempt exactly the mobilization of technologies by criminal usages in order to develop counter-technological approaches to these very likely misuses of the technological capabilities embedded within emerging advanced technologies. And maybe resonating also with what you were saying in relationship to, we can use a knife to cut an apple and we can use a knife to stab someone, right? So, I think the blanket approach to technology either being a savior of humanity, right? It's going to take us to Mars and we're going to terraform Mars and beautiful idealistic society, or on the other hand, technology is something that we need to be afraid of, because all of a sudden it amplifies the worst qualities of humanity and leads us to a very expedited extinction. These are extreme approaches, and I think I keep on kind of repeating this, but I do really believe in this mantra, is that the importance of a public cultural context is that we're able to have a plurality of voices and a plurality of expertises in order to develop third-way approaches to technology, which are desperately needed today. And maybe these third-way approaches seem small from the perspective of what OpenAI can do, or what an organized criminal group online can do, but one step at a time. And I think actually prototyping from the space within which one operates is the best that any of us can do these days. And in terms of your question as far as how to keep, as far as I understood, online spaces safe, there's a whole, I guess, sub area of expertise where digital anthropologists have studied how to keep online spaces safe. And in some ways, it's almost like a legacy digital context now, where there's a lot of really good scholarship on that topic. And a lot of the internet, or the kind of the online spaces that we inhabit, they're not just huge Web 2 platforms like Facebook and other big social media platforms. A lot of the, let's say, Web3 contexts that are emerging and their associated social media contexts are very much driven by a logic of like context-specific moderation. And so, yeah, I think there's one thing to say about this sort of context-specific moderation within social media, and then there's, I think, something different to be said about development of technologies that are tailor-made to platform cultural projects, which I think is a sort of slightly different conversation to the conversation around moderation. And that second conversation interests me a lot because I think there's an easy way out for the public sector, particularly, to collaborate with private technology companies and to utilize their shelf-ready technologies in order not to invest into technological development themselves. However, historically, we've had a lot of really great experimental technological projects emerging out of the public sector, and right now it's a very difficult thing to get off the ground, within a single state program. But as a kind of multi-state program, it is definitely, specifically in the context of EU, which of course I know, in the UK is no longer that relevant, but still, perhaps there's some kind of political relevance still here. This is something that's spoken a lot about. How do we create EU-native platforms that will allow us to not just kind of produce the cultural experience, but also to produce the infrastructure on which that experience is built, and to build in the protocols and the IP frameworks and the commercial and business models that we want to have embedded in those platforms as European nation states. I don't know if you guys have anything to add to this.
Yeah, actually I have an interesting example because I deal a lot with VR projects, and there are also many open questions on how we are going to regulate metaverse. Because internet, for me, I don't know, I feel that internet became kind of safer for me. It's like in the same time it became safer but also less safe. So it's just everything everywhere all at once, as always. And there are actually a lot of literally a lot of the hundreds of institutions who are trying to think how we should bring this law thing to metaverse. The interesting fact over here is that I do have 3 personas. I have my physical persona here right now. I have a digital persona, like my Instagram profile, LinkedIn, Facebook. And I'm going to have my virtual persona one day. Metaverse is not here yet. I gotta tell everyone has we don't have VR headsets in our pockets now, so we don't have metaverse is not here yet. But imagine that one day, we are going to be there, and then I will have my virtual persona. And then we are all in the space, full of virtual personas, and they're going to behave, and maybe they're going to do some stuff, as you mentioned, doing the same, but just in different environment. And it's always interesting because, behind these people, online persona and virtual persona, there is always a physical persona. And we can't ignore this fact that, of course, online is just as a platform, but still, we are still operating over here. And it doesn't give a proper question, but just maybe just a different perspective.
Great. Yes, please. Fantastic.
Because I do just think it's important to say that I think it's such a valid question, because when you're trying to create space for safe mutual exchange in the same context that terrible things are happening, you really need to, it's very easy for trust not to be a prerequisite, and that needs to be really worked to be established. And just kind of to ground some of the bigger things that have been just discussed in practical action. From the British Council's perspective, in terms of the work that I'm doing, which I assume will have connections with the Goethe Institute, I think it just all has to be grounded in a position of understanding and a recognition that the assumptions that we're coming to when it comes to the design of digital online spaces in any form, we're coming with a set of assumptions which are grounded to the perspective that we have. And so for me, personally, it's about understanding the audience, understanding who we're communicating to, why, what the priorities of that audience is and what the context they're operating or the context they're engaging with online infrastructure in looks like, then once we have that understanding, it's about actually, it's about partnership. It's about recognizing that that trust is built through being able to facilitate others to cultivate trust with communities online and hold space for those communities online. But that's a process that takes time. And I will say it's where I've been really heartened since starting to work in this space by my colleagues and the partners in this community, is that often in commercial tech it can be very fast moving and not necessarily that time is, not always, but not necessarily that time is taken to really understand and then work through partnership to design online and digital infrastructure for building trust. And I have seen that there's an awful lot of willingness to take that time and do that right in the kind of cultural relations, cultural diplomacy context. So that would be my kind of practical approach to the question.
Can I add something?
Please.
Okay. The never-ending topic, right? But in fact, I have a story to tell you. Fortunately, it's a very short story. Some years ago, I was at the MIT in Boston, and I was with a friend of mine. And she introduced me to a professor, an older professor. And he looked at me, he said, "Oh, hi, nice to meet you. What is your purpose in life?" And I was like, oh my God, he just met me and he asked me this question. I have no idea. I don't keep thinking about that every day. And I said, oh, education. That was the first thing that came to my mind. And in fact, you know, I think it happened 8 years ago, and I keep going back to my answer. And every time I think about this story, and I try to tell this story very often, every time I can, I tell this story, because I agree with my answer from 8 years ago. And we cannot disregard the role, the importance of education in all of this, because the first question described a situation that happened in Brazil last month. A bunch of boys at school, like 15, 16 years old boys, they produced with AI pictures of girls who studied with them as if they were naked. And they published, they shared in their WhatsApp accounts, and everybody saw. And the girls were shocked, depressed, they didn't want to go to school anymore. So I think, like copyright, we don't have one solution. We have to have, it's complex. We have to have education. We must talk to children from the very beginning of school about what is digital, what's internet, what's social network, what's AI, what's deepfake. We have to do that. Yeah. We have to have regulation. We have to have technology involved. I think yesterday I saw something saying that Google is developing a tool that will watermark AI images, but not watermark like Google and then you can crop and remove the watermark. It's a technical watermark that we cannot see, but computers will be able to analyze the picture and say, this is artificial intelligence. So I think we need everything. We need education, we need law, we need regulation, social regulation, we need technology. Otherwise, this situation you described, we will never overcome this. Never. It will happen forever because the technology will change. And there will always be a new way to harm other people, to cause damage to other people. That's why we need multiple solutions at the same time.
Great. On this note,
perfect.
Thank you for your attention and your patience. And yes, well, thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists of the last panel. And we just have few minutes for concluding remarks. And I know everybody's very tired, but just trying to make sense of everything that we have heard today. Ukrainian Institute asked me to summarize and say what I think would really, what are the takeaways from me. I will say a few things, and then I will ask Volodymyr Sheiko, Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, to come on stage and maybe to throw some things back at me and, suggest some takeaways of his. And the things I will be saying probably will be reflecting on what our today's discussions means for the future direction of the Ukrainian Institute as an institution. And a reflection of the overall situation with cultural diplomacy and international cultural relations overall. So perhaps the fundamental question that we will be asking ourselves today is which model of cultural diplomacy Ukraine is practicing? And the answer probably would be its cultural relations, which means emphasis on horizontal, long-term relations between cultural actors, institutional actors, and the emphasis on values and identity. And luckily, some of Ukraine's strategic partners, such as British Council, share the same approach. And this approach has its advantages, and it also has its limitations. Perhaps Volodya would be willing to reflect on this a little bit more. Now, we had a lot of discussions about the Global South and different approaches to cultural diplomacy practiced worldwide. We came to the conclusion that it's not something that could be changed overnight. Perhaps Ukraine has neglected its cultural relations with the Global South for quite some time, and now we have to pay the price, and it's going to be a long game. However, Ukraine is in an existential situation. As one of the speakers said, the challenge comes from the fact that we have to explain our identity and defend it at the same time. So perhaps we also need some quick rewards. And how can we achieve them? By playing this long game. So that's another question. And finally, we had this fascinating discussion about artificial intelligence. Ukraine is quite savvy with tech. Can AI really help us? When we think about the configuration of players, when engaging with AI, we talk about government institutions, we talk about tech companies, we talk about audiences, social media. How can we all work together in a situation when inside the tech industry, AI field, there's still a lot of disagreement about commercializations, copyright, and so on. So these are just some of the questions, perhaps more questions than answers. But yes, I would like to welcome Volodya to give us some insights on his side. Thank you.
I'll be really brief. My main takeaway, I think, from the forum today is how broad this concept of cultural relations or cultural diplomacy actually is, and how much it can accommodate from various disciplines, backgrounds, viewpoints. Often it contains contradictory things that collide with each other or engage in a dialogue with each other, and that's fine by me. I like definitions. I like not to be confined by definitions, but to stretch these definitions. And I think we did so today quite a lot by trying to include or exclude, or just somehow accommodate various topics on these four kind of main blocks reflected in the panels. And I appreciate that. And I thank all the speakers for their inputs, first and foremost. Of course, I would like to thank our partners once again, the British Library for hosting us today, but also the institutions that contributed to the forum or directly helped organize it. Again, we thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ukrainian Embassy here in the UK, then the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, US Embassy in Ukraine, American Councils for International Education, and also institutions that are part of the unique cluster here in London, the Polish Cultural Institute, Goethe Institute, and of course the British Council as well. And and Reface as our digital partner, I would say. So thank you to my team at the Ukrainian Institute, Ani, Vitalina, Tatiana, who's Alim, yeah, and did I mention everyone? Probably not. Ksenia, Oscar, Nastya, yeah, thank you so much for your contributions to the forum. I know we're all tired. I wish you a very successful evening and good evening. Thank you again for coming here.